The story begins with the city of villains called Zennies. The main character narrates that this city is off the map, and it is the closest city to hell on earth. There are all kinds of evil villains everywhere, making trouble and beating each other up. Some get confused seeing this mysterious handsome man. One guy sees him and calls him Weiss. Then, Weiss sees a small and weak-looking elf sitting on the ground, all bruised up and in chains. He spots that she has aqua-colored hair and ears that are pointed upwards. Instantly, he wonders if it could be that she is a high elf. He narrates that a high elf is a subspecies of elves unknown to the general public, and unlike normal elves with green hair and long horizontal ears, high elves have beautiful light blue hair and upward-pointing ears. This group, which is said to be extinct long ago, was able to use all kinds of magic in this world. He looks at her and remembers reading about them in an ancient book of high magic that he found in the capital, which he thought is just a fairy tale. But he gets surprised to see that they really do exist. He wonders what she could be doing in Zennies, when all of a sudden a villain nearby calls him an idiot. Then, Weiss goes up to him, asking how work was today, to which he gets surprised from seeing him. Weiss asks that it looks like he has a lot on his hands this day, and asks if he managed to sell most of it. The villain tells him to listen, since slaves need food and supervision. He argues that it is not efficient to buy too many at once. He adds that a short time ago, all the inhabitants of the mansion on the hill were killed, to which Weiss replies that he remembers well and knows that it was all his fault. In the past, Weiss asks someone if he can repeat it. An elf storekeeper cries and informs that this is why they are already closed. The store owner is not around, so he cannot make the deep-fried chicken, since it is a secret recipe. He informs that suddenly the owner of the shop was taken by the men from the hill, hearing which Weiss thinks. He was a rare good cook in Zennies, which is why there has been an attack on him, and he eventually became a slave for life. Weiss grabs the boy by his collar and comments on how useless he is since he watched it all happen without helping the shop owner. But the boy reasons that he could not do anything to stop them. Weiss argues that this was the only place where he can get fried chicken and Zennies, to which the boy reasons that he has no choice but to do something about this. Weiss grits his teeth and knows that he cannot help it. After this, he enters some mansion and casts a spell on someone, as the man struggles, choking on the spell that has him by the throat. He asks if Weiss really thinks that he can get away with this. Weiss replies that there is no god to judge, and no laws that exist there in Zennies. Meanwhile, the elf shop owner shivers seeing what is happening. After this villain is defeated, the shop owner runs after Weiss, thanking him for saving him, and asks how he can repay him, to which he replies in that case, he hopes that he will open the shop the next day. But it doesn't stop there, as there were cells for slaves in the basement of that mansion. There were a lot of slaves. At present, Weiss thinks that he hadn't realized that, while the villain informs that after the incident, a lot of thieves have came in and found them, and with such a large number of slaves, he can't handle them alone. He informs that he split them up among different merchants. Weiss understands the situations and looks at the meager-looking elf sitting on the ground. The villain informs that at least 4 of the slaves have been sold since the morning, but as expected, there is still one left. He says that beautiful elf girls have no problem finding buyers, but this one sitting on the ground is useless to him, because her hair has a strange color, and her ears are deformed too. Weiss narrates that it is probably the work of the mansion owner, as he guesses that he has been using her for experiments. He does not respond, thinking that it would not be surprising if she is worth millions of Zennies. Since she is a high elf, but a guy like him, with no education, would not know of her existence of value. The villain says that he does not know what to do with her, and suggests maybe he would throw her on the street if he can't sell her, or she might become food for wild dogs. He laughs, and says maybe that would make her happy. Then Weiss asks how much she is worth. He asks for a price, hearing which the villain gets shocked. Asking if he really is considering buying, Weiss replies that it really depends on the price, but the villain asks if he is really serious, since he can get him something better. He explains that piece of trash wouldn't be of any use to him, as there are many better options. Hearing this word piece of trash, he gets up close to him and explains that he has always wanted to help him with his business, and so he would take it over. The villain excitedly shares that Weiss has made him happy, to which he asks how much. The villain says that it would be 250 Zennies, but since he is his brother, he asks how about 220, but Weiss replies no problem and gives him 300. The villain excitedly replies that Weiss is really helping him and calls him the best for this favor, but Weiss tells him to stop flattering him. Then he orders him to take off the chains, for which he asks for a moment. As the shackles drop, the villain tells her to go, but the girl sits there numb, seeing which Weiss narrates that even though she is freed, she has no reaction. He wonders what she has seen so far, since her consciousness appears to be dead. He sits down and tells her to come with him. Eventually, the girl raises her hand and takes his. Weiss decides to go for a walk and narrates that even though he decides to take her without thinking, he does not know parenting. As he takes her down the alley, he narrates that being a father for the first time is like walking blind in the dark. Back in his house, he pronounces several names out to her like Melody, Eisen, Josefina, Montblanc, but seeing her not respond to any, he says that he is still not convinced. He spews out a couple of more names and asks her what name she would like, but she doesn't respond, seeing which he asks her if she can't talk at all or just doesn't want to. She sits there silently, while Weiss wonders if she has no understanding of his words. So he decides that first he needs to teach her how to talk. Since this girl probably has not been conscious yet, and judging by the fact that she does not say anything at all, means that she has likely been a slave since she was born. Weiss knows that he is not a good person, since all he can do is destroy and kill. Whatever happens to a stranger, he does not care, so it is pointless to have any sense of justice. He knows that no one person can make everyone happy, but it bothers him that these things happen, which is his measure of right and wrong, so he decides not to use her as a slave, but as his own daughter, and he needs to help her become conscious first. He gets that the first word she says will be a commemorative name. Then, he leans closer and pats her on the head affectionately. He declares that from today he would be her dad, hearing which the girl widened her eyes. He points at himself while calling him dad, as if to teach her, and points at her calling the daughter and asks if she gets it. But she still does not respond, seeing which Weiss is out of options, wondering what he should do then. After this, he narrates that this is the story of how he became a dad, and yells out that this can't be happening. In the morning, when he goes over to her bed, he discovers that she has wet her bed, seeing which he understands that the road ahead will be rough. He sits by the bed and gets that this is his fault, since he forgot to take her to the bathroom before bed, so if he had thought a little, then he could have avoided this accident. So far, he has managed most things with no problems, and he thought that caring for a simple elf was not a big deal, as he impulsively bought her, so in retrospect, parenting is now his territory, so in a way, he is at the lowest level with no equipment as he tries an unexplored dungeon. But he concludes thinking that perhaps he was being negligent. Then he has her sit on a chair, and comments that he would think of her name later, but adds that for now it is bath time, as she smells awful. He sprays hot water on her and laughs at her while saying that she looks like a ghost, as he foams her hair. He comments that a lot of stuff is coming out of her hair, so he asks if this is her first time having a bath. He has fun making different shapes out of her foamy hair. Initially he thought that this would do some trick, but eventually realized that it would be a long road, since she is not even smiling. After this, he screams out as he falls on the floor, and cursing at himself. Weiss understands that he doesn't have any clothes to put on her, not even underwear, and wonders why he didn't notice this before he bathed her. Then, he decides to wrap her with a long towel. He looks at her and thinks that this would do for then, and says that he would buy her something appropriate first thing in the morning. He picks her up and apologizes, saying he would take care of it tomorrow, and decides to go upstairs. He introduces her to her new bed, and says that she would sleep on this soft bed. Then, as she stays wide awake, he yawns and says that he is really tired, so it's time to sleep. But he sits back up, realizing that he had not given her anything to eat. Then, he opens up his cabinet and only discovers piles of alcohol, but no food and only dry bread. But he knows that they can't go out to eat since he can't take her outside dressed like this. He places some food, knowing this isn't a menu for a child, but thinks that maybe she would eat a little. Then, he places her on the seat, but realizes it's still too low for her. He holds himself for a moment and says that he needs something to use as a table for her, and then he finds a box, which makes him happy. After this, the daughter munches away on the food like a maniac. Weiss gets surprised from seeing this and understands that it seems she is really hungry and apologizes internally, thinking that she never ate well. He wonders what kind of life has she had so far and promises to get her something better to eat later. Then, he says that he has prepared some drinks for the bath. He also put away the dangerous stuff and even controlled the fire. He then places her on the bed and explains that he would go shopping now, so he will leave her alone for a moment. Hearing this, she drops her gaze, seeing which Weiss gets that even though he is saying this, he doesn't think that she understands him at all. Weiss has set up all possible precautions, with an intruder prevention barrier in the kitchen and the stairs, and softening magic on the floor. After this, he locks the door from the outside. He uses a magic that prohibits the entrance from the outside and rushes ahead, shouting that he would be right back. Then, he reaches a boutique shop and slams open the door, yelling that he needs help right away. An elf shopkeeper lady gets surprised seeing this customer and asks what he needs, but recognizes that it is Weiss. She asks what is up and if he is in need of something, to which he solemnly replies that he is here to buy girls' clothes. Hearing this, she cringes and shouts at him, asking if he kidnapped someone, to which Weiss argues why she would think of that, as that is being very rude, and informs that he bought a slave that was not selling, who is an elf girl. The lady asks if he is really that desperate, and doubts if he has a thing for little girls, but he shouts back it's nothing like that, it's just a whim of his. Then, he calmly informs that she doesn't have any clothes, while he also has no idea about children's clothing. Which is why, he slams some coins on the deck, and demands that he needs her to pick an outfit for her. Seeing the glistening coins on the deck, she asks if he is planning to buy all of their clothes, because surely there is no silver coin, as he can buy as many outfits as he likes with 5 gold coins, to which he reasons that he thought women's clothing tend to be expensive. He gets surprised and asks if that is so since he is not very clear on the prices, to which she replies that even though he is a wise man, he seems to know very little about the world. She tells him not to worry since she can do magic with a silver coin, for which he thanks her. She asks him how old that elf is, to which Weiss points at a small statue and says that she should be about this size. Then, the lady says that she gets it and would prepare something and get it for him, for which he thanks her again. After this, she brings out a cute cloth and comments that they are closing early this day, but she can't wait to meet her. Taking the cloth, Weiss rushes back to his house and slams open the door while announcing that he is back, and asks if she has been a good girl. But he sees that the girl is still sitting in the same place wrapped around a towel. Holding a bag of food, he gets that she has not moved ever since he left, which is kind of surprising to him. But he has brought several foods for her. He prepares himself, telling her to wait a moment, since he usually does not cook, but informs that he is the kind of guy who can make anything. Then, he whips up a dish, asking her if it looks delicious. He then kneels down in front of her and tries to get her attention. He shows her a spoon and tells her that they use utensils to eat and introduces the spoon. He scoops the food up, showing her this is how she uses it. Then, he slowly feeds the food in her mouth and she gulps it in. This makes Weiss really happy, as he tells her to eat more and more. After this, someone reaches his door and calls him, introducing herself as Hollow. Weiss opens the door and gets shocked, seeing the elf lady shopkeeper carrying a sack of clothes on her back, and comments that it is too much clothing, so she asks if she can get in. She informs that she would take back whatever does not fit, and apologizes for the interruption. Hollow looks at the girl, and squirms at how adorable she is, internally saying that it makes sense that Weiss would develop a fondness for little girls. Then, she spots her ears and understands that it is a little different, since usually elves have green hair, but this girl has blue hair and her ears are pointy. Weiss explains that he knows it is rare, which is why he bought her. Then, decides that they should try the clothes on her and asks Weiss to stay back, to which he happily obliges. He sits back on his bed and narrates that even Hollow, who held a special position in the elf kingdom, does not realize that this girl is a high elf, and also from her appearance, she doesn't even know that high elves exist in the first place. High elves should have been extinct. He was under the impression that they were actually hiding in the elven kingdom and were on their way to Zennies, but he wonders if that's really the case. He internally questions, where the hell did this girl actually come from? But he tells himself to shut up and hears Hollow affectionately calling the girl to be so beautiful that she could eat her up. She shouts at Weiss, informing that he could come then, hearing which Weiss exclaims, "Finally it's time." Then, he sees his daughter who is very well dressed and is almost shocked. He yells out that she looks like a completely different person, to which Hollow asks him what he thinks, and if she is not cute, to which he replies that it is indeed quite a transformation. He adds that it exceeds his expectations and thanks Hollow for this, to which she winks back, replying that he is welcome, since she has already charged enough for this. She adds that she has also prepared some underwear, pajamas, and so he should be sure to check them out as well, to which he announces that she is the best. In response, she says that she would do what she can to help, since it is very interesting that he decided to raise an elf girl, so he can always ask her for help, hearing which he happily replies that he really appreciates it. After she leaves, he picks his daughter up and says that it is bedtime for her, since she must be tired, while informing that Hollow said she bought some pajamas for her too. Then, he makes her put on a sleeping dress, seeing which he thinks of how adorable she is. After this, he wakes up in the morning and comments that he has slept well, but then he notices something. He sees that his daughter is grabbing on his clothes while sleeping. This surges a lot of affection in him, as he narrates that this little thing could change, which might be a big step for them. He lies back down holding his daughter, commenting that it looks like this day will be a good day for them, while narrating that this means that she allows him to enter her heart, and surely the day is near when they can communicate. But he soon realizes that this was not the case, as he tries to teach her what his name is. But seeing that she still doesn't reply, he breaks down on the table all disheartened. He plans that at the very first, before trying to learn or start talking, he needs to resolve this state of no reaction to make some progress. He wonders what he should be doing. He asks himself why she is so indifferent, and what could be going on in her mind, but he gets that he has no idea what a child thinks, as he had all his life without children. He sits back on his chair, thinking back to his own childhood, and tries to remember what he was thinking then. He recalls his teenage years where men applaud him, saying that at this age, mastering such high magic is quite impressive, and compliments how wonderful and talented he truly is. They praise him more, saying that he will undoubtedly become a high official in the magic ministry, as they have heard that they have already come to offer him a place, so it is an opportunity that he cannot let slip by. He narrates that he, who was considered an extraordinary genius, had a problem-free childhood, and his future was certainly guaranteed. He also comes from quite a prominent family in the capital. He probably received love from his parents like everyone else, so he supposes that it was a happy family. But in the end, he could not stand being forced into a life path, so he ran away from the capital. While his childhood memories are blurred because of the intense experiences and memories since he left, meaning that the most that he can remember is until his school days, but of course he doesn't remember how he learned to talk. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders how the girl who got the job at the Ministry of Magic is doing, since they used to hang around during the school days. He has heard rumors that she has had unprecedented promotions, while they also say that she is now the assistant to the director, even though she was considered very boring, and didn't understand jokes by the rest of the class, but for some reason he always felt comfortable with her. He remembers her wearing those awful glasses, thinking that if only she had taken them off, then she might have become even more popular, since her real appearance was quite good. After this, he is jolted awake, since he fell asleep without realizing, and it is completely dark outside too. He picks her sleeping daughter up from the chair and puts her in bed, thinking that her indifference may not be something that he can resolve just with his knowledge. He wonders if he will need to rely on anyone, as he asks Hollow how he can make this child happy. Hollow takes a hard think and replies that it is true that the girl looks like a doll when she dresses her, but it is natural that she is not so lively, since she just got free. No slaves are full of energy. Hearing this, Weiss replies that is true, because having no reaction at all is a bit extreme, to which Hollow adds that she does not have any experience as a mother, which is why she does not know very well. Then, he recommends him to consult with Loret at the tavern, since he has raised about 5 children, to which Weiss argues how he would help, since he raised kids about a decade ago. But Hollow forces him to meet Loret, while he comments that he is just in the mood to drink. Old man Loret asks if it is love, hearing which confuses them both. The man then explains that the girl is currently lacking love, meaning that she is desperate in this world, so giving her the love that she has lost is what they must be doing. Hearing this, Weiss thinks that old man Loret is talking like a priest, as he orders more salt. Hollow comments that this is very delicious, she could drink this endlessly, and asks what is the ingredient, but he replies that it's a trade secret. Then, Loret tells Weiss that he doesn't need to thank him that much. He explains that it's him who decided to raise that girl, only because he felt something for her, so he tells him to just treat her from the heart. He gets confused about what he means by from the heart, to which Hollow pats his back, saying that Loret is right, as she also thinks that he should give her some love. She adds happily that since he doesn't have many qualities, it would be best for him to be accompanied by an elf girl. But Weiss tells her not to take so many liberties in the things that she says. He gets up and says that he is off, seeing which Hollow gets surprised that he is leaving so soon. Lorit concludes, telling him not to bother giving her the leftover and tells him to let her drink a little too, hearing which Weiss thanks him for the suggestion. After this, Weiss realizes that love is all she needs. He picks her up and says that he has a special dessert for her this day and asks if she wants him to feed it to her. She gulps in the food, for which he pets her affectionately and compliments her, saying that it is great that she ate it all. He narrates that he pets her head whenever he gets the chance, as physical touch is a good way to convey his love. Then, he announces that she needs a bath up next and decides to soak in, seeing that the bath is warm and ready. He gets in the bath too, thinking that no matter her reaction, he will talk to her. After this, he teaches her how to hold the spoon and compliments her when she does it right. She takes her first spoon feed, as he knows that the most important thing is spending time together. Weiss picks her up in delight, congratulating her and praises how incredibly she learnt it. He knows that the things that have praised him were family dinners in the night when they slept together in the same bed, memories from when he was little, and the things that his parents enjoyed doing. As she reads the book, she gets sleepy, so Weiss puts her to bed, thinking that he would try and do the same. He knows that he is a total stranger to her, but he has decided to be her father. He is both her father and mother, and he has managed to get through everything in his life so far. He is sure that this time will be just fine too, so he is going to give it his all. And finally, the change suddenly comes. After some days, he gazes upon the basket of freshly laid eggs. He picks one up, trying to decide whether to fry it or scramble it, but decides to eat ham with egg, and then looks sideways to call his daughter. Then, he is shocked to see her standing there on the ground, realizing that she is woken up by herself. He bends down and pets her, trying to figure out what is wrong, and if something is hurting, since she surprised him, while narrating that she has never tried to walk alone earlier. Then, he looks at her face and observes something. He places the food on the table and tries to teach her how to hold a fork. She manages to eat the food by herself while he encourages her to keep on going like this. He knows that he cannot still have a conversation, but she seems to be more active now, which means that he can see her grow every day, as this girl's change is a mystery to him. He tries rubbing her mouth, wondering what is making him so happy. Weiss wonders if the reason for this happiness is the fact that his daughter has grown more aware of him. After this, he slams open some doors again, announcing the great news that he has. Hollow sits at that tavern stool and asks what is going on and why he is making all the noise. Weiss gets closer and yells excitedly at her to listen. He then informs that his daughter has eaten by herself, hearing which she is unimpressed. This makes Weiss angry as he orders her to be more surprised and expects a better answer, to which she informs that she is just surprised by his outfit. Weiss asks if she means his clothes and informs that he got dirty doing chores all morning, but he adds that more than that, his daughter is incredible because not only did she eat, but she walked by herself and sat down on the chair. Hearing this, Lauret hands him a drink while asking if all this isn't great, to which Weiss says that he never thought that day would come when she could eat by herself, to which Lauret replies that it's all his love that made it possible. In response, Weiss says that he is not sure that he did anything special that aligns with love. But Lauret replies that just by seeing how Weiss is, it showed that he has really become a father figure. To which Weiss agrees, since he decided to raise her as his daughter, so he informs that he doesn't mind this. After this, Weiss tries teaching her alphabets where she responds well. Seeing that she is talking, he excitedly grabs her in happiness, praising her for a job well done. He says to her that she has an incredible memory and decides to keep on going. After this, he tries to teach her multiple letters and tones to which she tries her best to reciprocate. But eventually, Weiss comments that it looks like she is struggling with R, but he knows that there is no rush, as this is more than enough. Then, he tells her that they are done for this day, and it is time to eat, hearing which she hurries off of his lap. She runs away and climbs back on the chair. Then, she sits there patiently, understanding that Dad is about to make food, seeing which Weiss is surprised. Weiss then picks up the pan, as he happily decides to make her something very delicious. He narrates that elves are indeed a much more intelligent race than humans, and high elves are even smarter, making them a superior race. He goes back to her and sees her pronouncing names of animals off of a book, seeing which he smiles at her. Weiss narrates that his plan is to name her after the first word that she says in celebration. But it is harder than he thought it would be, since letters like you and are definitely out of the question, and even meaningful words are still tricky. He says out hippopotam. This, hearing which he knows of course that cannot be used either. She names out different animals, seeing which he gets that she loves animals. Finally, she tries to say camel, but excitedly mispronounces it, seeing which Weiss thinks that was very close. After this, a reptilian-looking bookshop owner is asked if he has books on animals. Weiss replies yes, which is an illustrated book for kids, hearing which the owner gets that kid must really want it. He informs that what is for sale right then is whatever is on the counter. There are no animal books here. Weiss asks if there isn't at least one book in this pile, since he only has an encyclopedia at home, so he really wants an illustrated book. But the owner replies that he can't find anything in this mess, and he can't organize since he hurt his back, so he tells Weiss to come back later. Hearing this, Weiss thinks and suggests something. He casts a spell, saying he would help him. The spell causes all the books in the shop to fly over their heads, seeing which the girl excitedly announces birds. Which he says that is right, it's like a small little birdie, and then proceeds to make the little bird sleep. Right then, all the books fall back behind the man, in an organized fashion piled on top of each other properly. The man exclaims wow, and asks if that was magic, to which Weiss replies that it's a secret, but he can search now. Then the man looks back and understands that he has no choice, and asks what book he wants. After this, they reach back in the house, with Weiss saying that he is glad that they found one, and informs that he would read it to her before they go to bed. He decides to make some dinner, and considers making some stew while his daughter hurriedly climbs on the chair and digs deep in the book. As she happily concentrates on the animal book, Weiss cuts the vegetables and reads the recipe, but suddenly he hears her say Lily. This causes him to freeze as he hurriedly looks at his daughter, yelling out Lily. Weiss understands that she was able to pronounce the L. He teaches her that Lily Reed is the name of the author. Hearing which she repeats Lily, and he praises her while knowing that it was a lucky guess, but then he remembers something. He smiles and utters Lily, and then comments that it is not too bad. He looks at her and declares that her name would be Lily from then on. Finally, he picks her up and declares his daughter's name to be Lily Frenberg. Weiss narrates that is how the name was chosen, and gradually Lily began to absorb everything with astonishing speed, which is definitely the intellect of a high elf. After this, greets a loud good morning and shares that she is here. A strange man in the tavern greets her back, seeing which Weiss tells him not to touch his daughter with those dirty hands, as he narrates. That with her smile, Lily becomes the only healing character in this world, like the end of the world in Zennies, and she became somewhat popular. She requests for juice and cookies, and also a bit of sake for Dad, while the bartender receives her order. Hearing this, the man praises her, and Weiss proudly claims that it is because she is his daughter. He narrates that Lily is growing every day, and he understands that he has no choice. After this, she shares with a wide smile what a beautiful day it is. Weiss replies yes as he thinks so too, and says that surely the sun loves her just the same. Lily becomes shy hearing this, but Weiss tells her to watch out and not let go of his hands. Then, he starts jogging with her on the neck, and declares they are about to walk ahead. After this, they reach the boutique shop as Lily runs towards Hollow, excitedly announcing that she has arrived, seeing whom Hollow comments that she is looking very energetic today. Weiss apologizes for coming over so frequently, hearing which she says it is fine, and that he is always welcome. Lily runs around, declaring that she would love to see some clothes, to which Weiss warns her that she promised she wouldn't buy anything today, hearing which Hollow comments that she can't believe that Weiss has become such a strict father. Weiss threatens her, asking if she wants him to be a foolish father, and tells her not to make him laugh, since he is very strict and serious, and declares that there is no more than one candy a day, and no staying up late either. He informs that he cannot spoil her too much either since it is not good for Lily, and as a father he is perfect, but Hollow comments that she doubts it. Then Weiss informs to her that he would be leaving Zennies the next month, but Hollow gets surprised and asks why so sudden. He answers that there are things that a father cannot teach, no matter how perfect he is. She can't make friends in this town because there are hardly any other children who are not slaves, meaning that Zennies has a really bad environment for raising kids. He says that he wants to get back to the capital and send Lily to school, since he has many acquaintances, and even his alma mater is there, hearing which Hollow gets surprised, knowing that he is from the capital. So she asks why he came to such a miserable place like Zenny's. Weiss knows that the reason is insistent recruitment, but informs that a lot has happened as he ran away far from the Ministry of Magic, hearing which Hollow gets even more shocked and asks him to repeat. Meanwhile, has picked out a dress and is making puppy eyes for it, but Weiss tells her that she cannot, as he already told her that they wouldn't buy anything this day. In response, Lily starts to tear up, seeing which Weiss declares Hollow to shut up and take his money. So Hollow starts to doubt if it's a good idea for him to take care of this girl all alone, so it might not be a bad idea to send her to school. After this, Hollow presents her something, as she picks out clothes that look city-like and tells Weiss to dress Lily in these, while Lorit says that he gives him something too and some salt to snack on. Weiss receives the gifts and thanks them, and shares that both these people helped him out a lot, to which Hollow tells him to take care. She comments that she feels uncomfortable when he is away. Then she adds that Zenny's is a place full of villains, and it exists as a city all thanks to him. She couldn't even start a business because it was so dangerous, to which he mentions that he just crushed everyone that he didn't like. He asks if they would be fine if the city collapses. Before she could respond, he interferes saying that if she really finds herself in trouble, then she should call him. He doesn't care what happens in Zenny's, but if it's her, then he is willing to come and help. Hollow freezes up hearing this and asks if that is a declaration, but Weiss replies that it is rather a token of gratitude, since Lily would still be without clothes if it weren't for her. Weiss tells them to take care while they watch him go. Lily hugs her, thanking her for all the clothes, to which she says welcome, and hopes that they look great on her, while Weiss calls her to the car. A few days later, Lily asks Dad if they are not taking the carriage this day, to which Weiss replies that they don't need it, since they are almost there. Weiss picks her up, asking if she is tired of this long trip, to which she says that she is not tired, because it is fun traveling with Dad. He tells her that she would be able to see the capital when they come out of this forest, to which she replies that she can walk by herself, without wasting more time. She takes a run for it with eyes full of excitement, seeing which he tells her to be careful. As she gets to the clearing, she is amazed to see the landscape of the capital. Lily comments what a huge wall it is, to which Weiss asks if she is surprised, and informs that this is the city where Dad was born. Then, he gets up close and asks if she can do what he asks, to which she nervously replies that she would try. He tells her to well-behave when she gets to the gate and instructs her to say that she was an orphan in the past, to which she obliges. Weiss narrates that access to the capital is very strict as there is protective magic in the air, so one can enter and exit through the north, south, east, and west gates, but since he is from the capital, he should not have any problems getting through. But Lily certainly is a problem, as an elf saying she is his real daughter does not make any sense, and if he says that she's an orphan, then they will probably ask for an orphanage certificate. He must hide it at all cost. That Lily was a slave. He knows that if it gets discovered, he will be hanged, because slave traffic is a serious crime in the capital. But he has a chance as he hopes she will behave well. As they get to the gate, Lily throws her hands around in excitement after seeing a real soldier for the first time. Then he grabs her and apologizes while saying that they just want to enter. When asked for names, Weiss introduces himself as Vase Friendbird and his daughter as Lily. Hearing this name, the guard says that it sounds familiar. He narrates that the first gate is passed. He asks the guard if the Ministry of Magic didn't notify them of the search. Then he tells them to get in touch with the assistants to the Minister Zieglein and tell them that he is Vase. They would know who he is. The guards get even more worried hearing Zieglein's name. One of the guard run while shouting that he would check it out and asks him to please wait. And as Lily asks about Zieglein, Weiss informs that she is a friend of Dad's. He informs that she is kind of a big sister who lets them in through the gate, to which Lily asks if she is as nice as Hollow. Hearing this, Weiss knows that the girl is a nerd, but says yes, she'll be nice to her, knowing that she would be a study subject. Then Lily gets sleepy, so Weiss waits, realizing that she is taking a while. And it looks like Lily is getting tired too. As he is playing with his daughter's face, a number of guards suddenly run in and salute someone. Zieglein arrives and asks if his presence is an attack on her, since he appears before her with a child. Weiss replies that like always she has no sense of humor and asks if she still wears those big, dark, boring glasses. He recognizes Zieglein Floyd, who is assistant to the Minister of Magic. After this, he enters the castle and lies down comfortably. commenting that it seems like the Ministry of Magic is making some money. Ziglian replies that they are not in Geo, hearing which he comments that she is so serious, it seems that neither of them have changed. In her sleep, Lily asks for candy from her daughter, hearing which Ziglian gets surprised, and asks if this is his real daughter. Weiss yells out of course not, and tells her to look at her ears. Seeing her, Ziglian asks if she is an elf, and apologizes while saying that she was nervous that she couldn't see. Then, she realizes something and widens her eyes, and stands up hurriedly, seeing which Weiss says yes, she is correct. Weiss comments that she didn't even know that he was friends with elves, so as expected, she is the spellbook nerd and confirms that Lily is a high elf. Ziglian shockingly asks if they really exist, and orders to take her to the lab right then, but Weiss tells her to calm down or else Lily would wake up. Then, Ziglian sits down patiently. Weiss takes a sip of the tea, and informs that he was lucky to find Lily about a year ago. He has been living with her and even raising her. He adds that this is why he returned to the capital, as he wants Lily to go to school. Weiss informs that Lily is an orphan. She couldn't smile for an entire year after everything that she had been going through, so he wants her to have a normal lifestyle and enjoy childhood things like playing with friends and studying together. He narrates that considering that her life has been the worst so far, he wants her to be happy from then on. He begs her as a father and says that he wants her help. Ziglian understands that matter and replies that their alma mater, the magic school of the capital, offers an education of the highest quality, and it's also the best environment for a high elf's education. Weiss asks if she can get her enrolled the following year, to which she replies that she would do whatever she can, although she is not excited about it. Hearing this, Weiss replies that it would be a great help, but he does have 2 more requests, hearing which Ziglian asks what they are. Weiss answers that he would pay whatever it takes to get him a safe house, and also asks for some of her men to get as bodyguards to Lily, since it could get dangerous if anyone realizes the value of a high elf. He adds that for the bodyguard service, he would like to talk to the Ministry of Magic and get good soldiers. He also doesn't want the world to know that high elves exist, especially her people. He concludes, saying that the fact that Lily is a high elf is a secret that he wants to stay between just themselves. But Ziglian protests and yells out that the existence of a high elf is a national asset. But he answers that he does not want to involve a child in adult issues, and besides, it is hard for her to make friends if she is treated differently. He just wants her to have a normal school life. Weiss admits that he has always been a problem for her for a long time, but he apologizes and promises to give her a substantial reward. Hearing about the reward, Weiss clarifies that he knows about the difficulties due to her position. He says that he would help her with her work, but only as a personal employee, as he would be assisting the Ministry of Magic. Hearing this, Ziglian's eyes light up, and she says that she agrees. She admits that she has a lot of issues that she can't bring to light, and mentions that he will make him work hard, so he should be prepared. Then, she stands up and tells him to follow her to the house. After this, Weiss asks how the capital has been after all this time, and if the city has changed a bit. She points at the Gatron magical artifact shop, and asks if it has not moved from earlier, and reminds that this is the store where he is banned from. She adds that he felt the magic of all the products and turned them off, for which she had to apologize, hearing which Weiss remembers his deed. He narrates that luxury and magical artifacts are usually unique as they are imbued with magic and marked with the owner's name, as he recalls his old days of inspecting the items and commenting that it all sounds a bit too sketchy. He unknowingly causes the magic and the environment to get volatile, so Ziglian gets horrified and grabs his shoulder while asking what he is doing, to which he replies that he was just thinking about trying it out. Ziglian knows that she had to pay a total of 43 million zennies, which is roughly 7 years' salary for a public servant, but she informs that they will pay for it, as she asks her father to clear off his debt, which was paid just before he graduated, to which Weiss replies that is right. And it is all thanks to her wealthy family that they helped him. She also informs that he used to run around with classmates to complete missions, while he often used to go to the Ministry of Magic too, to which he replies that he really did a lot of hard work on that debt. But he appreciates her too. Then, she stops and says that it is nothing, because if he had married her, he would not have to pay off that debt. Hearing this, Weiss asks what did she just say, but she replies it is nothing, and shares that she was just impressed that he could pay off the debt while still being a student, to which he laughs and brags that because it's him. After this, Zyglian says that they are here, and seeing the house, Weiss says that it is amazing. He asks how much it costs, since it has to be expensive for the great location, and she replies that this place is owned by the Ministry of Magic and funded by taxes, and the rent is good since no one uses it anymore. Weiss asks if that is really okay. Since this is a luxurious house, to which she replies that she would make him work like a dog. She comments that it's a future investment and invites him in while Lily has awoken and asks her dad where they are. As they enter, Lily starts running and excitedly asks if it is their new house. Zyglian informs that since he has returned, the girl is an elf with congenital anomalies. She adds that since she has subordinates living nearby, he does not have to worry about security, hearing which Weiss says that is great. Zyglian then sees Lily running around and enjoy every part of the house. She asks him if the girl has a mother, to which he replies that she is an orphan, but she says that she knows it already and asks if she has a current mother. She asks if it is not better for a child's education to have both parents around. Weiss thinks and replies that is true, but says there is nothing that he can do about it. Weiss adds that he doesn't have a wife or a girlfriend at the moment, which surprises her. Zyglian thinks for a while, and asks if she should be her mother. Hearing this, Weiss asks what she is talking about, as she is not the kind of person who could be a mother, hearing which Zyglian argues and tells him not to underestimate her, as she is not the same as she was back in school. Weiss wonders if she really wants to investigate high elves to that extent, as he finds it quite impressive, since there is a race that is supposed to be extinct so close, so it's natural to want to get involved. He replies that she understands how she feels, but tells her not to push herself too hard, since being her mother will mean that she will be his wife in a way, so he asks her if she does not have a boyfriend or something. Hearing this, she yells out that she does not have a boyfriend because of him. Weiss gets surprised knowing that he is the reason. She declares that it is all his fault, since she ended up working at the Ministry of Magic because of him, meaning that it is time to pay back all those years of debt. Then, she stands straight up to Lily and introduces herself, hearing which Lily introduces herself to. She asks her if she wants a mom, which Weiss finds a little weird since she cannot just ask the question when she is getting to know the child. Then she asks if she lives alone with her dad, to which she says yes. Weiss narrates that he hasn't really thought about it much and wonders if he should consider it, since maybe she is feeling a bit lonely. Then, Zyglian asks what would the child say if she told her that she is going to be her mother. Hearing this, Lily does not respond and runs straight to her dad. She grabs him tightly and replies that she has a dad already, seeing which Zyglian gets scared. Weiss bends down and asks if this lady is scary. Zyglian gets confused and wonders why she reacts this way, to which Weiss realizes that it's because her attitude is scary. He thinks that if she does not understand this, then she won't be able to be a mom, while Zyglian asks what she did wrong. But the thought still lingers in Weiss's mind, as he knows deep down that Lily really does need a mother. After this, Weiss reads a school supply list, seeing which Lily asks if she is going to school, and he replies yes, that she is going to study. She asks if she is going with Dad, but he replies no, since he has already graduated, and that Dad studied a lot in school, which means that he does not need to go anymore. Hearing this, Lily finds her dad to be very cool. Weiss reads that she needs school supplies, gym clothes, various magical items. He asks what he should do as he narrates that he better coordinate everything with Bitney if he is going to do this, since he is not interested in the brand, but they have a really nice design. After this, in the capital, excitedly describes the many people that she sees, to which Weiss tells her to be careful and not to get lost. She asks different questions and Weiss answers them all, naming bakeries and shoe stores. After this, Weiss finds a clothing store. Hearing this, Lily gets in looking for Hollow, but Weiss tells her that Hollow is not there. Then, a shop lady welcomes them in. She asks if they are looking for robes for school, to which Weiss says yes while Lily introduces herself. She asks her if she is excited about school, to which she replies yes, and adds that she is going to study a lot, and she is going to help Dad too. This comment hits Weiss in the heart as he gets to know that she cares about him, while the lady comments that she is such a sweet daughter who loves her dad. Someone tells her to take her time and look around, since all their products are handmade by her, and she is an expert wizard who even sews and finishes everything, hearing which Weiss says that is impressive, but that someone recognizes his voice. An old lady calls his name, while the shop lady introduces her as the store manager. Then, the manager asks him, When did he come back without her noticing? Weiss narrates that this is Esmeralda Eisenbarth, who has been once called the most talented magician in the imperial capital, and she is Zieglein's and his teacher. He asks her if this is her business, since no one can tell from the sign outside. She laughs and replies that she started this for fun, and surprisingly it has been running well for 3 years, even though she did not put her name on it, to which he argues that if it said her name it would thrive even more. But she reasons that she already told him it is for fun, since if she wanted to make money, then she would just join Bitney. She comments that Weiss has always been a troublemaker, but still that does not mean that he should have been expelled. Then, she sips on the tea, and adds as she sees Weiss, she thought it was time for a generational change, which could be the number 1 in the imperial capital finally passing the torch. Meanwhile, has covered herself in clothes, seeing which the lady gets that she needs help. As the lady helps Lily, Esmeralda comments that the girl is a high elf, and asks him what he plans to do. Weiss replies that as always, she has a good perception, to which she replies of course, even though she stopped being a teacher, she hasn't lost her sharpness. He informs that Lily is an orphan, but he is raising her like his own daughter. It's not much of a plan. He wants to give her the tools to live independently. Hearing this, Esmeralda calls him a mature dad, to which Weiss argues that anyone with a daughter would want her to be happy. Esmeralda laughs and says that is true, and asks him if he doesn't think that she deserves an extraordinary robe to protect her. He replies yes, but argues that a robe shouldn't make that much of a difference, but he doesn't doubt her skills, to which she replies that he is right, since it really doesn't make much of a difference, but only for commercial clothing. Hearing this, Weiss looks at her with seriousness. She explains that he would want his daughter to dress up in the best robe, which would be a suit worthy of a high elf. He replies that of course he wants to give her the best robe in the world, or the best in the imperial capital, hearing which Esmeralda replies that she likes his determination. Then, she tells him to go hunt a crystal dragon, hearing which Weiss gets surprised. She admits that it is the hardest one to hunt, as it's a supreme dragon covered in crystals that absorb magic. After this, Zieglein stands in front of the mirror and practices smiling. She asks the maid what she thinks about her face, to which she replies that her lady has a very majestic and distinguished face. She wonders if her expression was too tense the other day, as she asks Weiss if Lily is scared of her, to which he explains that the tension comes through and suggests why she doesn't try relaxing and approaching her. After this, he asks if she could recommend a babysitter for her, since he needs to be out all day tomorrow due to some work. Hearing this, Zieglein offers herself as the babysitter and promises to take care of her. In response, Weiss tells her not to push herself too hard since she would be busy, but she promises to take the day off. She yells out excitedly, asking him to leave Lily with her, and she is sure that by nighttime, Lily would be calling her mom. After this, Weiss grabs the modified magical motorcycle that he borrowed from Esmeralda and says that he is off, to which Zieglein tells him to be careful, while Lily tearfully promises to be a good girl and asks if she can't go with him. Seeing her, the devil on his right asks why he does not take her with him, while the angel argues that it is a dragon hunt so surely he cannot take the little kid. But the devil argues that is normally true, but if he is strong enough, then it should not be a problem. The angel asks what if by chance something were to happen to her. Finally, he gives up and slaps his face, getting that he has too much to hold on, while Zieglein asks if he is not about to leave already. After this, at Zieglein's house, she laughs nervously while Lily plays with toys. She narrates that even though she accepted this confidently, honestly she doesn't know what to do, as she is very aware that she is not the type kids like. But now that she thinks about it, she is always scared first years, which means that Lily probably sees her as someone terrifying too, as she realizes that her facial muscles are starting to tense up. After this, Lily leaves her toys and runs straight to the crayons, saying that she is about to draw. Seeing her draw, Zieglein gets that she is drawing with quite a bit of seriousness. She wonders if this is a monster, and asks her what she is drawing. Lily presents the picture and declares that she is done, and reveals that she has drawn Zieglein. Taking the picture, she asks if she really drew her, to which she replies yes. Zieglein thanks her a lot, and says that it makes her really happy, hearing which Lily smiles beautifully. After this, Zieglein hears her stomach growling, so they decide to go to a restaurant, where Lily falls in love with the food. Zieglein asks her if it is good, to which she replies yes, and comments that the pancakes are fluffy, and it is the first time she has had them. Zieglein gets surprised hearing this comment. wondering how it is her first time eating pancakes, since it is a classic kids menu which any rural cafe should have. So she asks if Lily has never been to a place like this. She replies that she has been to Uncle Laurette's shop and Hollow's shop, and that she loves Hollow. She explains that Hollow is really nice, and that she is a friend of her dad, which is a statement that shocks Zyglian. She narrates that she hopes that Hollow doesn't have that kind of relationship with Weiss, because she remembers him saying that he doesn't have a wife or girlfriend. So she wonders what he means by this. She realizes that it could be his ex-wife, but Lily clarifies that Hollow is the owner of the clothing store. She explains that Lily has clothes thanks to Hollow, and that Dad is a customer. Zyglian gets that she should not have doubted for no reason. Then she asks where that store is and where she lives, to which she replies Zenny's. This answer freezes Zyglian, as she wonders how in the world did they survive in Zenny's, which is the most brutal city anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, Weiss heads towards the volcano, as he is hunting the crystal dragon, which is about 10 meters long, and its habitat is Guina volcano. Needless to say, it is a great material for an armor like tunic, and according to Esmeralda, the longhorn parts have the property of concentrating energy, which makes them prime materials for wands as well, making it a 2-for-1 deal. However, he knows that the hunting difficulty is at maximum level, as the crystals that cover its body absorbs magic and neutralizes magical attacks, earning him the title of the Mage Killer. But he takes his goggles off, commenting that if they inject more magic than the dragon can handle, then they might win. He glances upon the majestic-looking crystal dragon and says that he has found it. Immediately, he prepares a spell to attack it. He conjures the magic lance, grabs and knocks it backwards, and throws it with force towards the dragon. As the spear flies, he curses, because if he shreds it, then it won't be usable, and so he wonders if he went too far. But the spear inflicts no damage on the dragon, and attracts its attention. As he fails, he comments no way, and protests that he injected enough magic to level an entire city, and wonders if the dragon can absorb magic infinitely. The dragon gets enraged, seeing which he runs back, and yells that this is really bad. He picks up a stone, and comments that he could have defeated it with magic, and then throws the stone with Accelerate Magic spell. Then stone flies through, and hits the dragon on its tail, breaking off pieces of crystal, seeing which Weiss comments that physical attack can indeed hit it. But he comments that he cannot defeat it using this method, as he only hit its tail. He didn't even scratch his body, but he places the shard on the palm, wondering if it is the crystal shard from the tail that got hit. He conjures some magic, and sees it dissipate automatically, seeing which he comments amazing, that it has such absorption ability. He gets an idea, and announces that he would use all his magic, as he should be able to maximize it. Weiss overcharges the shard to the point where it is about to explode, while the dragon is screaming on top of its lungs. He doubts if there are crystals in the dragon's mouth. Then, he remembers his daughter and promises to get her a shiny tunic, throwing the shard with utmost force and magic. The shard flies and enters the dragon's mouth and immediately explodes, making a gigantic ball of fire, seeing which Weiss doesn't understand what just happened. As the smoke rises to the sky, he curses on himself. Back in the capital, Weiss greets Esmeralda. He throws the bag and informs that he has hunted the dragon, so it has about 50 crystals. Esmeralda comments she doesn't need that much. Hearing which Weiss asks if she could buy it off him. Since it's a luxury material, she tells him not to be ridiculous and asks if she looks like she has that much money, to which he asks if she doesn't have any. She replies that she does, but suggests that if he wants to sell it for a good price, then he should take it to a financier, since they always showcase magical dresses to promote the brand every year, so they will pay whatever price he asks for a crystal dragon dress. Weiss gets confused hearing that, and asks what magical dresses are, and if they have any use, to which she answers that it is fashion, hearing which Weiss imagines his daughter wearing a beautiful dress adorned with crystals. After this, Lily gets ecstatic seeing that her dad is back. She hugs him hard and welcomes him home, while Zyglian comments that he is late and that she has been worried about him. Weiss says sorry and reasons that he has had several setbacks, but he appreciates her taking care of Lily, to which she says no problem, since she also wanted to befriend little Lily. Weiss then presents his daughter with a gift and asks if she got along with her older sister, to which she happily replies yes. She informs that she adores Zyglian because she let her try pancakes. As she opens up the box, she comments that it looks delicious. Seeing her reaction, Weiss replies that it seems that they have gotten along well, to which Zyglian replies yes, and that the expense was worth it. But she adds that Lily still doesn't call her mom, to which Weiss replies that it's normal, since she took a long time for her to call him dad as well. He narrates the day Lily called him dad was when he cried after she fell asleep. After this, they are back at Francois' store, where Lily is absolutely amazed seeing such a wonderful dress. Weiss asks if this is a magic dress. It doesn't seem like a magic artifact. Since it's still too luxurious, it looks like a noble's dress. Then, he is asked if he likes it. He turns back and sees an elf woman who introduces herself as Aurelie, who is the head at Francois, and asks if he is the one who is willing to provide rare materials. Then, Weiss introduces himself to the elf, wondering if she has surpassed 100 years. He asks if this dress is hers, and she replies yes, and informs that she designed it herself. Weiss comments that it sure is an impressive dress, and he would be delighted to provide her with the materials, to which she feels honored and asks what those materials are, and Weiss replies that it is from a crystal dragon. This takes them by shock as Orlea narrates that crystal dragon horns are super rare materials that even she hasn't handled. She says that they would confirm the materials and discuss the details in the living room. But Lily exclaims that she wants to see more dresses, so Weiss tells her to be careful. Weiss tells him that the materials are inside the bag, and Aurelia takes her time before touching it. She sees that it's authentic and wonders if this man defeated a dragon, but even though she wants it, she can't imagine how much it would cost her. Weiss confirms that it is authentic and shares that if she accepts his conditions, then he would give her the material for free. This comment rightfully confuses Aurelia. Weiss says that at first, he wants her to make the next dress using crystal dragon horn, since Francois presents a magic dress every year. To this, Aurelia replies that she would do it with pleasure, but Weiss says that there is another condition. Then, enjoys herself wearing various cute dresses. The ladies nearby watch her admire herself in the mirror and squirm at how cute Lily looks in everything. Lily tells them to look at her, seeing whom Weiss comments on how cute she is looking, and shares that she is looking like an angel. Weiss then reminds her that the other condition is far more important, as Aurelie listens attentively. He informs that when she is done making the dress, he wants her to make an identical one for Lily, and that is all. Aurelie gets surprised hearing that, to which Weiss informs that he wants to see Lily wearing that dress, but Aurelie asks if he is absolutely sure about this, and Weiss replies no problem, since they don't need that much money to live. Lily asks excitedly if she would also wear a dress, and if she will be a princess, to which Weiss assures her that she is right, and tells her to be happy. Weiss informs that this auntie will make her the dress, which will make her the most beautiful princess in the world. But seeing their antics, Aurelia wonders if he is okay. The next day, they travel to an abandoned part of the city where Lily asks her dad where they are, to which he replies that he didn't know there is a place like this in the capital since he has never been here before. He narrates that they are in the ruined outskirts of the capital, and the reason that they came here is a staff maker. He recalls asking Esmeralda if she is not the one who will make Lily's staff, to which she tells him not to be silly since they are a clothes shop and that they cannot handle crystal dragon horn. She instructs him to take the crystal there, where a friend of her who makes them will help him, as he grabs the horn and wonders when she broke it. Esmeralda asks him how he managed to defeat the dragon and where he got those bad ideas. Since defeating a crystal dragon by aiming at the inside of its mouth is not something that is supposed to be taught in school, to which Weiss laughs in response. They stumble upon an old raggedy-looking house, where Weiss asks if it's really here and Lily comments that it's a mess. He enters the house and asks if anyone is here and informs that he has come on the instructions of Esmeralda. Hearing which a drunk old man responds, as he holds the bottle, he comments how nostalgic it is to hear Esmeralda's name while Weiss asks if he is Romero. He replies of course he is Romero and asks what he wants, to which Weiss informs that he wants him to make a staff since he heard from the teacher that he is an exceptional staff maker. He gives him the material and says that he has prepared the crystal dragon horn, but there are no artisans who can handle it. Seeing the materials, Romero reasons that certainly a common artisan cannot handle it, so he understands why he has been recommended. This makes Weiss excited, but Romero adds that he refuses to do the job, since he has already retired as an artisan. Weiss asks if he can't help them in any way, since it's his daughter's staff, but Romero tells them to leave him alone. Then, Lily clasps her hands and requests the old man to help her. Seeing her beg, Romero says that if they really want his help, then they should bring him an exquisite liquor. Hearing this, they travel to the winery, as Weiss comments that he surely would not be satisfied with a supermarket one. Then, Lily asks Dad if alcohol tastes good. Weiss gets happy hearing this question, but thinks wisely and replies that it is not good at all, and tells her to never try it. But she argues why adults drink alcohol if it doesn't taste good, to which he replies that it's purely an obligation. He knows that he would like to have something convenient, like a legendary liquor. Then, Sieglein replies that there is one. Hearing this, Weiss widens his eyes and asks if she is serious, to which she replies that it is not legendary, but it's still a liquor that doesn't circulate in the market. She informs that her father is a sake lover. So he has a favorite sake made through a special route without sparing any expense, hearing which Weiss gets that it's a noble family's sake. But she adds that she doesn't know if her father will share it, and maybe he would give it to him if he gives him a gift. Then Weiss offers to give him some salt, taking which Sieglein doubts if that is enough, to which Weiss tells her to trust him and deliver it. Because if he is a sake lover, then he would surely love this. Then Sieglein gives him the salt and gets 2 bottles of liquor in exchange, which he thanks her, but Sieglein replies that she has never imagined that he would trade salt for liquor. She asks what the hell is that salt, since the moment her father tasted it, he started drinking like he was possessed, and he drank nonstop until he got up drunk, which looked like a strange scene to her. Weiss clarifies that it's nothing, it's just incredibly delicious salt, and asks if she didn't try it, but she replies that she was a bit scared, although she was intrigued. Hearing this, Weiss offers to drink together the next time, and she would see how fantastic it is. Sieglein replies that she guesses it would not be so bad to drink once in a while, and so it is settled. Then, she informs that she is getting back to work, and that she will be back the next day. So Weiss waves her bye, as he narrates that even though she is busy with work, she comes here very often, which means that she must be really obsessed with the high elf. It's very typical of her. As she leaves, Sieglein recalls and gets nostalgic about the old days. Weiss comments that when she takes off her glasses, she looks beautiful. He tells her that she should change her glasses, as these do not suit her very well, hearing which she fumbles. She tries to grab it back, asking him to give them back to her, but he pranks her. He argues that there are hairstyles that would look better on her, to which she protests not to make fun of her, and he reassures that he is not making fun, and that she is cute, but she is not taking advantage of it. But Sieglein answers that it is her choice, as she tries to get her possession back. Having failed, she huffs and pants, seeing which Weiss decides to give it back to her. Weiss asks her if she does not want to play or exercise, since she spends all her time in the library, and she doesn't even have energy, hearing which she asks him who the hell does he think he is. Weiss replies that he is Weiss Frenberg, but Sieglein argues that she knows his name, as he is the famous student with the best grades, to which he replies that he is glad, and asks her if she is Jill. So she clarifies her name, hearing which Weiss comments that everyone calls her the bookworm, to which she agrees that it is a fact, since she is that. Then she asks, besides that, what does he want, and if he is here just to make fun of her, but Weiss replies that he has no intention of doing that, he just wants to talk and get to know her. But he leaves and says that he would see her again, but she yells back telling him not to come back ever again, seeing that Weiss is obviously joking. He comes back, and they have a wonderful time. Sieglein leans over the bridge, wondering how many years have passed since then, as she knows that this is a bit too much for her first love. After this, Weiss narrates that the effect of the illusion liquor that he got from Sieglein a few days earlier was impressive, and the mission of the staff was a success. And the next day, excitedly opens the door, greeting them. She says to Esmeralda that she has come to pick up the tunic, to which she replies great, since it's already ready. Lily is on cloud moon seeing her new dress, while she gives Weiss the staff too. Getting which he is shocked too, since they only ordered it the other day, and wonders how it is done so fast. As he looks at the shiny staff, he narrates that it is made of crystal dragon. While he knows that the staff is used to focus and correct magical power and stabilizing spells, Weiss looks at the staff with awe and praises how amazing it is, to which Esmeralda replies that it only means that Romero's skills hasn't diminished yet. He comments that it looks like it was a tough job after all this time, and informs that he asked him for more liquor, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Then, Lily asks teacher if she can use it, to which she replies of course. Finally, Lily shows off the crystal dragon tunic in her hands, seeing which they start reacting to her cuteness. She asks if it looks good on her, to which they replies that she looks absolutely incredible, while Esmeralda points out that if she looks closely then she would see that everything sparkles. She adds that it's not just the decorations, the fabric itself has woven crystals. It must be the most famous tunic in the empire that he mentioned, hearing which Lily compliments it to be really amazing, and thanks teacher Esmeralda a lot. She climbs on her father and asks if she looks like a mage, to which he says yes, and mentions that she is the cutest mage in the world. Weiss is in a lot of pleasure narrating that he wants to run out right now and show off this adorable girl to everyone in the capital. He thinks again and realizes that it would be pretty bad. Seeing him think so hard, the teacher asks what is wrong with him and if he is worried about something, to which he replies it's not that he is worried about. He asks nervously if there is going to be a problem at school, as he wonders if there will be a commotion because of such a cute girl enrolling, and wonders what if he loses sight of her for just a moment, and then she gets kidnapped. After this, he narrates that the Nastarsha School of Magic is a prestigious institution with a long history, where one can receive the best magical education in the empire. Those who wish to work in the field of magic usually enrolls here, although it's a renowned school. It doesn't only accept students from prominent families, it also opens doors to all children who want to learn magic. They teach magic from the basics, so she doesn't need to know anything before enrolling, and even he, who graduated at the top of this class, used to know nothing about magic when he started. But he knows that Lily is a high elf. The magic school is primarily designed for humans. There may be parts that are hard to understand for a rare race like high elves, so it would be a shame if she feels out of place and can't keep up with the class. But if she spends her days smiling and carefree, then she will make lots of friends, as he only wants Lily to enjoy her school life to the fullest. Finally, he realizes that he should get ready. After this, he tells Lily to close her eyes, as he is then going to teach her some magic. Lily asks if she can become a mage, to which he replies of course, and Lily will definitely become a great mage. He narrates that except for a few races, everyone is born with magical power in their bodies, but they are often unaware of it. So to use magic, one first needs to sense the magical power within themselves and receive a good education. Lily holds her dad's hands and comments that she is feeling a bit anxious, but Weiss replies that is okay, as he narrates that the magical power of others is considered a foreign body by her own body, so that she can perceive it. If he transmits his magical power to Lily, she will be able to sense her own magical power and asks her if she can release it from the palm of her hand. Hearing which she extends her hands, she tries her best and eventually gives up, seeing which Weiss catches her. She explains that it is not coming out and apologizes to her dad. But Weiss comforts her, telling her not to worry at all, since it is normal for it not to work on the first try, and tells her to take her time. As time goes by, Lily does her best to blast off magical powers from her hands. This gets Weiss thinking, since he knows that at the magical school, even students without talent can sense it after a few tries. Then, she asks Dad to let her feel it again, but he pats her on the head and asks her not to strain herself too much, and informs that it is time to eat. Hearing this, freezes as she asks if she is not going to be able to become a mage, but Weiss yells at her, telling her to not say that ever. He assures her that Lily can definitely become a great mage, and that Dad guarantees it. However, he knows that there is a reason why Lily, being a high elf, is having so much trouble, but he doesn't know what it is, and wonders if he should ask someone for help. After this, they travel to the cloth shop, where Esmeralda informs that she is not a teacher anymore. With a lot of pain in her eyes, Lily greets her and says that it is nice to meet her. Esmeralda laughs and greets her while saying that she is much more obedient than her dad, and she likes kids who are honest. Then, Weiss asks her if she has found the cause yet, to which she tells him not to get nervous. She sees what is happening and asks Weiss how he told this girl to let her magical power flow, to which she casually replies that he just told her to let it out. Esmeralda comments that she has suspected as much. It's not going to work that way, since Lily has a faster flow of magical power than normal kids. She adds that if he lets her power flow slowly, then she will just get confused because it doesn't match her frequency. Hearing which Weiss realizes what is going on. He breaks down wondering if it is all his fault, seeing which Lily asks her dad what is wrong, and if something hurts. She asks him if he is okay, while he narrates that he is a bad father. Not only does he fail, but he also makes his daughter feel insecure, so he replies that it is nothing, and thanks Lily. Then, he asks his teacher what he should do, to which she replies that she just needs to adjust the speed to her magical power. She adds that adjusting the speed of magical power can be quite difficult, but it is a piece of cake for him, to which he happily replies of course. Then, he tells Lily to come on and touches her hand, narrating and teaching her to control the amount, while the flow is fast. Lily then describes that it's something, and it feels better than usual. Eventually, she conjures magic, which radiates out of her hands, and Weiss can see it clearly. Finally, she concentrates harder and blasts off the flow of magic, seeing which Weiss immediately conjures a magical barrier to avoid damage. Lily lets out a wild flow of magic from her hands, but Weiss manages to protect the shop. After this, Lily realizes what she just did, so she looks at Dad and asks if she did it. To which he replies yes. Lily gets teared up hearing the answers and asks if she would finally be able to become a mage. Weiss gets emotional seeing her cry and pats her head saying of course, since Dad has already told her many times, but internally he says sorry for making her feel so insecure. He hugs his daughter hard, congratulating her, and says that from this day on, she is truly a mage. After this, Lily gets excited seeing butterflies fly about and tells her dad to look, seeing her excitement. Weiss comments that she really loves butterflies too, as he narrates that with Esmeralda's help, Lily is finally able to sense her magic, and he never thought that raising a child would bring so much joy to him. He understands that one only understands a father's feeling when he has a child of their own, and because he understands that, he keep distancing himself from that place. After this, Weiss decides that it is settled, and they should go out hearing which she cheers. After this, they reach a door where Lily asks where they are, and Weiss replies that they are at Dad's house from when he was young. He narrates that ever since he ran away from the capital, he has lived his own way and never contacted his family, which must have worried his parents a lot. So if he shows up out of the blue, they would probably scream at him, slap him, cry, or even faint. And on top of that, he has a daughter now, but he knows that he is ready to take the hit. After this, his mom opens the door and gets instantly surprised, while Weiss nervously greets his mom. Then, they sit over desserts when she gets to know that Lily is an orphan, which is why she does not look like them. Then, she introduces herself as her grandmother, informing that her grandfather is here too, but he is working at the moment. Lily doesn't understand grandma, so she clarifies that she is her dad's mom, hearing which Lily asks where her mom is. But Weiss informs that she is not exactly Lily's mom. Then, his mother nudges him and comments that she sees he has been a good dad and says that she is proud of him. But Weiss protests, asking why she is not mad at him for leaving without saying anything, as he was ready for her to hit him. She comments that he is her son, so she figured that he would be all right, and since Zieglein comes around often, she didn't feel very lonely. Weiss didn't know this about Zieglein, so she clarifies that after he left home, she came over and promised that she would find Weiss, and she has been coming over every week to report to her. Weiss understands how it is, and narrates that maybe he has been worried about the wrong people, while his mom asks if he has thought about this girl. She comments that Zieglein is the only one who cares so much about him, despite how selfish he actually is. Weiss replies that she may be right, as he narrates that she says she wants to be Lily's mother. But that depends more on Lily's feeling than his. The only thing that he can do is support them to get along well. After that, Weiss sees that Zieglein has come, so she says yes and asks if Lily is asleep, to which Weiss agrees and apologizes to her. Zieglein asks why he is apologizing, and then he abruptly sits close to her. He grabs her shoulder and asks if she really wants to be Lily's mom, as he informs that he can help her in that case. Hearing this, Zieglein bleeds from her nose in embarrassment. She yells out that it should be done in the right situation, with the right atmosphere, so it just cannot happen out of nowhere. Hearing this, Weiss asks what she is talking about and asks if she really cares about Lily, and adds that it is just him and her then. Zieglein asks if it is okay, and repeats if it's really okay, but Weiss argues, saying she was the one who suggested it, and asks if she is having second thoughts, to which she yells out that she is not. Zieglein replies gladly that she sees it happening. Weiss sees that she is smiling and comments that she usually does not show her smile. He observes her and narrates that her smile is so cute. After this, Zieglein asks Weiss if he has time the next day. Weiss hears her saying that she would prefer if he comes alone. Of course, she would prepare everything, hearing which he feels that it is a mission that is finally happening. Then the next day, he enters the building as she welcomes him wearing a nice outfit. She giddily says that this place is her favorite as they are famous for their pancakes. Weiss protests loudly. How could they charge 2,000 zennies for pancakes, as that is too expensive? But Zegline tells him not to hesitate and order whatever he wants, hearing which he replies that he would have coffee, and decides to take pancakes for Lily. Then, Zegline orders to the waiter that they would be having 2 coffees and 2 pancakes, with 1 to go. Then, seeing the food in front of them, Weiss comments that he guesses those 2,000 zennies are really worth it. But she replies that she is not a fan of sweets, but Weiss asks if she didn't order them because she wanted to eat them. She answers that she has always been curious, and since it is her favorite place, she can't believe that she hasn't tried their signature dish, then nervously comments that they could share it. Weiss asks if he can eat this, to which she gladly replies sure, and tells him not to be shy. As he eats, he comments that it is delicious, and tells her to try it as well since it's not that sweet. She takes a bite, and her eyes widen up as she says that it is really good. Weiss narrates that somehow everything feels warmer, as she states that when she was a student, she used to check this place out all the time, while commenting that she never thought that they would be together 10 years later. After this, Zegline thanks him for joining her that day, to which Weiss replies that he would tell Lily that this pancake is a gift from her. Before they leave, Zegline asks if she can invite him again, which he replies that she can invite him whenever she wants, since they are good friends. Then he waves her by, wondering what work he is about to get. After this, Lily welcomes her father happily. He gives her the parcel, and says that he has brought pancakes for her, getting which she gets really happy. He tells her to listen, since this is a special gift, because it's from Zegline. Hearing this, she comments how nice Zegline is, while Weiss narrates to Zegline that it is working. After this, Zegline says that she has a mission for him. Weiss asks about details, wondering if she forgot to mention it to him the other day, since she called him 2 days in a row. Zegline replies that it is about something fluffy, and comments that they need something fluffy. He narrates that to sum up Zegline's story, the daughter of a wealthy family that makes big donations to the Ministry of Magic is about to enter magic school. But even though the entrance ceremony is coming up, she doesn't like any of the robes from the capital, so she is throwing a tantrum because she wants one of a kind fluffy robe. And her father has asked the Ministry of Magic for help. Hearing this, Weiss asks sarcastically, when has the Ministry of Magic turned into a grocery store? To which she replies that she doesn't get it either, but she states that she can't turn them down. She adds that at the magic school, it seems that they won't let her do anything dangerous and will treat her specially, so they are not looking for defense in the robe, but rather that it is fluffy, hearing which Weiss comments that it's as expected of the rich. Then, gets up and decides that they go hunt some right away, since he knows that she is in a hurry. Zegline replies that she is sorry, but Weiss tells her not to worry, since he was the one who told her that he would help her. But Lily yells out that she wants pancakes too, and declares that she is coming. Weiss informs that he is not going to the restaurant this day, and that he has some things to take care of outside the capital. Hearing outside the capital, Lily starts dancing around her father, demanding to go with him too, and says they should hurry, seeing which Weiss thinks that the angel bears are indeed cute, so Lily might enjoy it too. The goal is to find the fluffy monster called the angel bear, which is an adorable creature with a heart-shaped pattern. But while it is very gentle, its nature works against it, and many are hunted by other monsters or humans before they reach full adulthood. After this, Lily runs out on the open field, commenting how amazing it feels. She points out to her dad, showing him the bears on the field. Then, she sits down in front of one of them and introduces herself as Lily and says that she is not scary. She asks if they can play together. Hearing this, the bear affectionately nudges against her head. This makes her really happy, and next she gets cuddled by all the bears around. Weiss leans against the tree and sees his daughter enjoy herself, commenting that it feels ticklish. But then, he decides that he is going to take advantage of this moment. Because if Lily sees him defeat the angel bear, then she would be shocked. And then he spots a bigger creature while she plays. He gets closer and wonders if he should go for it. As soon as he charges his spell, he gets interrupted by Lily as she asks him what he is doing, and asks if he wants to play as well. Then she piggyback rides her father, ordering him to charge and catch them. Weiss yells out, telling her to leave it to him, which makes her really happy. He narrates that he is glad that Lily is happy, but he feels that this is pretty exhausting since they are running faster than he imagined. Then he freezes, wondering when he is going to catch the angel bear, and if it could be, that it's harder to defeat an angel bear than a crystal dragon. Lily tells her father to keep on going, as they are almost there, but he gives up, apologizing to his daughter, and tells her that he can't keep up anymore. After this, she screams out loud as she spots someone. Hearing this, Weiss asks what is wrong, as she tells him that something is about to happen with that teddy bear. They see someone hurl herself over an injured mother angel bear, upon which its child is crying. He charges up his spell immediately, wondering what that person is doing to it, and shoots the projectile magic at her, causing a small explosion to get her off. Meanwhile, Lily jumps off of his back and runs straight towards the bear. Weiss tells her to wait as she asks if the teddy bear is okay, but they reach closer and Weiss informs that unfortunately its mother is dead, hearing which Lily freezes on the spot. Then, she tries to comfort the child bear. The girl gets up and comments that hurt and then sees Weiss staring at her. She asks who these guys are, to which Weiss replies that they stopped her because she tried to hurt the teddy bear. Hearing this, she protests, asking if they mean that she has tried to hurt the bear. Weiss asks if that is not right, to which she replies that it is not. Rather, it is the other way around, since she has been patrolling this area from a nearby village. She informs that the teddy bear is a tourist attraction from the village, but there are many who want to hurt them. So she decided to investigate, since it was injured. Hearing this, Weiss replies that he is sorry as he is just desperate to protect the angel teddy bear, while knowing that the true reason is that he came for Hunt. To which the girl replies, it's fine if that's the case, and introduces herself as Kaya, and so does Weiss. Hearing Lily's name, Kaya praises his lovely daughter, but Lily is crying, asking what is going to happen to this little one and asks if it will be left alone. Weiss asks if this baby bear will be safe in the village. Kaya replies it's sad, but it's complicated, as she mentioned before, there are many who are after the angel bear, so if they took in every orphan, then they could never be done since it's a poor village. She adds, that is why they decided to just patrol, since it is better to prevent them from being harmed in the first place. And so that is how it is. Lily tearfully asks if they can't just take this bear back home with them. Weiss is confused as to what to do. While Lily and the bear maintain their tearful eyes, and Lily even promises that she would take good care of it. Weiss asks Kia if they can have an angel bear as a pet, to which she replies that it's not impossible, and asks where they live, to which he says in the capital. Kia gets astonished hearing that they live in the capital, while Weiss enforces that they have a garden which shouldn't be too small, hearing which Kia replies that it should be fine. After this, he kneels towards Lily and asks if she is really going to take care of it. Since caring for a living being is complicated, but Lily strengthens her fists, promising that she would do her best. Then Weiss says all right, and from then on, the bear would be a part of their family. Hearing this, Lily celebrates and rejoices with the bear. Kaya calls on him and says that she needs to check if he can really take care of that angel bear at his place, and asks to be taken to the capital. Weiss replies that he does not have a problem with that, but tells her to keep in mind that the regulations in the capital are strict, and she should not complain if she can't get in. Also, he informs that he would be taking his mother's body with him. Hearing this, Kaya yells out that it's perfect, and decides to leave right then, asking where the vehicle is, to which he replies that they don't have a car, and instead they use a magic motorcycle, which has only room for 2 people and no room for her. Kaya shockingly asks then how she is supposed to go to the capital, to which he replies that there must be some form of transportation in her village, but she argues that there isn't and tells him not to underestimate the countryside, so Weiss asks if he should drag her along with a rope. Kaya imagines herself getting dragged by a rope, and comments angrily that it seems a bit too extreme. She demands to be put inside the shoes from earlier, since they can hold a lot of things with magic power, hearing which Weiss realizes that might work. But he comments that he has never put anything alive inside, that which means that he doesn't know what will happen, hearing which Kaya freaks out and orders him to hold on a second. After this, they get out of the motorcycle back at the gates of the capital. He opens up the bag, and poof comes out Kaya. Lily informs her that they have arrived, and asks her why she is not moving. As she stands like a statue, Weiss waves his hands in front of her face, asking if she is okay, while Lily decides to play with Kumatin. All of a sudden, Kaya jolts back into her senses, asking where they are. Weiss replies that they are close to the capital as he brought her here, since she said that she wants to see his house. Kia then sees Lily and the bear and realizes where they are. Then she states aggressively that he must be Weiss if she is not mistaken, and informs that she almost died because of him and orders him to own up to his responsibility. But Weiss argues that it was her who said that she could fit in that backpack. He adds that it is not exactly normal for a magical backpack to carry people, and promises to take her back on his magical bike. But hearing this, Kaya informs that she is not going back, as she can't trust an amateur like him with an angel bear. Weiss is horrified hearing this change of events, as Kaya adds that she has come here without a dime, and asks him to take care of her with food and lodging. Then, she proceeds to dance with Lily, but Weiss thinks that in any way, he doubts that she will be able to pass the entrance check. After that, the guard at the door happily tells them to go right ahead, hearing which the girls are overjoyed, while Weiss is rightfully shocked. He argues with the guards, commenting that this feels off since they look very suspicious at first glance, as a monster and an elf and a guy with an unknown profession, and a woman in a mysterious ethnic outfit. While the girls run ahead inside, he orders them to do a better job, because if they are letting them through, then it only means that they are not doing their jobs right. But the guards argue that companions of Weiss have unconditional permission to pass under Zieglein's orders, hearing which Weiss narrates that Zieglein is doing a good job indeed. After this, Kia is overjoyed seeing the capital for the first time. She runs around celebrating and asking questions, while the bear lays asleep in his arms. Lily comments that Kumentin has fallen asleep, hearing which Weiss asks if she is tired and okay. But she informs that she is hungry. Weiss asks if she wants pancakes, hearing which she cheers, promising to eat a lot of pancakes, while Kia is drooling hearing the conversation. She begs him, asking if she can have some too, as she hopes that he is not just going to let her watch, but Weiss does not respond, so she pleads with him incessantly. After this, they sit at the restaurant, where Kia excitedly asks what this thing is, and if she can drink it. As she ate the food, she sits back and praises how delicious it was. She clasps her fists and comments that if she had stayed in the village, then she would have never been able to eat these pancakes, hearing which Weiss tells her to stop exaggerating, since it is not that far. But Kaya argues that Weiss does not understand, since it is more about the money than the distance. She adds, for example, this coffee costs 300 zennies, as she informs that 300 zennies is what she earns in a week taking care of the angel bear in the village. Weiss comments that 300 zennies is so little. Kaya agrees, as the cost of living is just too different. That's why she is grateful to him and thanks him for taking care of her. Kaya informs that she has made up her mind. She is going to make a name for herself in the capital and eat pancakes every day. Hearing this, Weiss wishes her good luck, to which she thanks him. Then, Kaya orders for more pancakes, hearing which Weiss asks if she is not worried about her family back in the village, to which she tells him to not worry, because they would think that she has gotten eaten by the bear angel. But Weiss argues that bear angels are herbivores. In the night, Lily says that she gives this plate to Kumin, just like she has hers, and informs that starting the next day, he would eat from it. She introduces him to the sofa, and informs that he can sit here, and he can also lie down on it if he wants. Meanwhile, Weiss sits nervously in front of Zieglein. She tells him to refresh her memory, and tell her what she has asked for, but Weiss knows that he did not complete the mission. Zieglein yells at him, confirming that what she asked of him is to gather materials, as she wants to know why he brought something extra, and asks who that woman is, to which she introduces herself as Kia. But Zeglian replies that she has not asked her for anything, which scared Kia. She asks why is who this demon is, to which he replies that she is one of the most important people in the capital. She shouldn't dare challenge her, but Kia protests, that's not fair, and tells him to do something about this. She cries and states that being here is her dream. Then, Weiss informs Zeglein that she is an expert on Bear Angel, and he thinks that she knows how to process the material as she found out what he was doing and wanted to come with them, hearing which Kia says that is right, and reasons that she has been with Bear Angels since she was born, and that they can ask her anything. So Weiss asks Zeglein if she could take care of the Ministry of Magic. She replies that she can and starts cheering afterwards with Lily and Kumin. Then Zeglian asks if the woman really knows anything about Bear Angels, to which Weiss replies that she thinks they are carnivores. Zeglian informs that she is not surprised, but adds that she is not omnipotent, and asks him not to bring her any more problems, hearing which Weiss replies that he is sorry, and that he would keep that in mind. After this, Weiss wakes up commenting how close it has been, and that he is exhausted from everything that has happened the other day. He thinks of Zeglian bullying Kia, saying that she has a place ready for her. as she tells her not to get too comfortable at Weiss's house as he arrives at Lily's door. He opens the door and asks if she is awake, but someone screams out that she would do her best as Weiss gets overwhelmed with a sudden explosion on his face. He falls back with a nosebleed, seeing which Lily calls out her dad in worry. She goes up to him and asks if he is okay, to which he replies that he is fine, but asks what she has been doing this morning. Lily replies that she has been practicing her magic, since she really wants to be a magician. Weiss narrates that with Esmeralda's help, Lily can sense magic power now, but of course she can't actually use any magic. He narrates that magic power and magic are not the same thing, since magic power is like the raw material, and when they add skills and knowledge, only then it takes the form of magic, which is why magic schools exist, as magic is a type of science. She would learn various types of magic like water and fire magic at school, and as she goes along, she will figure out what kind of magician she wants to be based on her own nature. So he asks what kind of magician she wants to be. Lily thinks before answering that she wants to be a magician who can help Daddy. Hearing this, Weiss hugs his daughter, thinking that it makes him really happy that she looks up to him like this, but it also worries him a bit, wondering if she is thinking of repaying him or something, but he hopes that she can find her own path without feeling tied down. Then, he declares that they are going on an adventure on this day, and asks her what she thinks about practicing magic outside the imperial capital. This makes her overjoyed, and she replies that she is in. They travel to the garden, where Lily has a wonderful time catching insects and running around with her dad. Then they sit for a picnic when she praises the sandwiches for being so delicious, to which he replies that he worked really hard to make them. Then, she spots a bunny and immediately charges over to catch it, but Weiss holds her back. He tells her that they should start practicing soon, since they don't want to be out here when it gets dark, but he sees that she has completely forgotten about practicing. He teaches her with drawing on the ground and says that the most important thing is to convert the magic power, as he asks her if she understands how important the magic circle is. Then he decides to do a quick review and asks her what this magic circle looks like. Lily replies that it is the basic fire magic, to which Weiss replies exactly. He internally praises Lily, since she is picking up the fundamentals of magic really quickly, even though he happened to just rush through the explanation. It's like she is a different person than a moment ago. But he remembers theory and practice are two different things, so even if she understands the concepts, he knows that it takes a lot of talent for a beginner to draw a magic circle perfectly on the first try. Then, he decides to give it a shot as they look for a suitable monster. Then, they find the perfect one for a practice run. Weiss tells Lily that it is time for some practice, and tells her to try using fire magic on that slime. But Lily is disheartened, commenting what a poor little monster it is, seeing which Weiss decides that they should skip it and Lily agrees. He narrates that feeling sorry for monsters is something that he has never thought about before, because the other day he took down 2 dragons that were said to be messengers of God, so he guesses that he is not really a good person at all. Then, suggests how about this tree as this should be no problem for her magic. Lily asks with a shaky tone if he thinks that is okay, to which Weiss replies that it is huge, so it will be fine, and tells her to go ahead and unleash her fire magic. So Lily takes out her staff and prepares. Finally, she tries to concentrate and starts conjuring bolts of magic on her staff.
Weiss guided her to the next step and told her that all she had to do now was pour her magic into it. Weiss looked at the completed magic circle and told Lily that she had done it right. Lily faced the glowing circle and gave a small cry as she sent her magic forward. The circle began to respond to her power. From within the radiance, a great tree rose into view, and its branches stretched high as if answering her call. Weiss looked on in stunned silence as the light faded around them, and the shape of the tree remained standing in the open space. Lily stood frozen before the towering tree and stared at what her magic had created. A faint rustle moved through the branches, and both of them turned toward it. The surprise lingered between them as they quietly took in the result of Lily's first successful spell. Weiss could only let out a stunned murmur as the spell continued to unfold before him. The withered tree that had stood scorched and lifeless was suddenly wrapped in a great drop of shimmering water born from the magic circle. The enormous sphere of water descended over the burned trunk and drenched it completely. Weiss let out a breath of relief as the flames died away and the fire was finally extinguished. His attention quickly shifted to Lily, and concern replaced that brief relief. Before she could fall, Weiss rushed forward and caught her gently in his arms. Lily gave only a weak sound as the strength left her body. She had poured too much magic into the spell, and her small body could no longer keep up with the strain. Her stamina had been drained by the amount of magic she had tried to release. The sight of the ruined trunk still standing after the burst of overwhelming magic left a quiet thought in his mind. Even he had not expected the power of a high elf to be this great. Weiss began to think ahead to what must come next before school began. Her magic needed guidance and control, so that such power would not exhaust her again. With that thought, he decided that Lily would need a proper tool to help manage her magic. His mind settled on a hat used by the upperclassmen at magic school. Sieglinde sat in thought as she reflected on Lily's magic, and admitted that it was truly impressive. To her, it clearly showed the difference between their races, and she had not expected Lily to need a control hat so soon. As Weiss listened in silence, Sieglinde continued with honest admiration. Lily's magical power was extraordinary, and by the time she reached the intermediate level, she might even surpass her. Sieglinde gently downplayed it, and told him that it was not an exaggeration. After a brief pause, Weiss answered with calm certainty that even if Lily possessed greater magic power, he had no intention of letting her enter practical combat. He lightly remarked that Lily surpassing her should never happen since the one who had once defeated him was her. With a hint of playful pride, he added that the victory had only been in practical classes, because in knowledge and strategy. She brought the conversation back to what mattered next, and turned his thoughts to the entrance ceremony that was drawing near. The hat Lily had received from the store would not be enough, and he asked Sieglinde if she knew any good shops that could prepare something more suitable for her. Sieglinde agreed at once, and admitted that the same question had already been on her mind. A small smile touched her lips as she began to think of a proper place. Sieglinde then spoke of a legendary hat maker whose name had long been known through rumor. Hearing that immediately caught Weiss's attention, and he quickly asked where such a place could be found. The name lingered in the air as the scene shifted to the distant land itself. Anheim was a magical nation inhabited only by fairies and elves. Though it was technically part of the empire, it remained a closed, autonomous state, and little was truly known about what lay within its borders. Weiss considered the suggestion, and admitted that Anheim would surely have magical items of the highest quality for Lily. Yet another thought quickly followed. Entry into that country was said to be nearly impossible for anyone other than fairies and elves. Strict restrictions were placed on every other race, and the journey would not be simple. Sieglinde acknowledged that this was true. Sieglinde explained that entry into Anheim was permitted not only to fairies and elves, but also to those of other races who had family there. The path to Anheim had suddenly opened before him. Weiss considered the long journey to Anheim, and quietly weighed the time it would take. Traveling there by magical motorcycle would take 2 full days one way, and with the entrance ceremony approaching, there were still many preparations left to make. For that reason, he began to think it might be better to gather the materials in the capital and have a hat specially tailored there instead. The moment he returned home, Lily greeted him with bright delight and welcomed him back with a smile that instantly softened his thoughts. The sudden embrace nearly caught him off guard, and only a small startled reaction escaped him as he received her in his arms. Lily happily told Weiss that she had spent the time playing hide and seek with Kumiten. Hearing that filled him with quiet joy, and he told her that it was wonderful. Watching her smile only strengthened the thought already forming in his heart. More than anything, Weiss wanted to give Lily the very best. For her sake, he resolved to find the finest hat possible. Weiss gently called Lily's name, and she looked up at him with bright curiosity. With a warm smile, he asked how she would feel about going on a little trip together for about a week. Lily repeated the thought of a trip in happy surprise, and then joy quickly spread across her face. She threw her arms around Kumiten and celebrated with pure delight. Their destination would be the distant and unfamiliar land of Anheim, where the journey ahead was waiting for them. Morning light spilled softly across Sieglinde's room as her maid gently called out to her. The quiet of the early hour was broken by a respectful voice addressing Lady Sieglinde and asking for her attention. Sieglinde stirred from her rest and slowly rose from bed with a faint note of surprise. Even someone as accomplished as Sieglinde was not beyond the reach of an unexpected turn in the day. The maid offered an apology for disturbing her so early, but explained that a visitor had arrived. As Sieglinde gathered her thoughts, she quietly wondered who could possibly come to see her so early on a holiday morning. No one had ever visited her outside of work before, And even in her school days, not even Weiss had ever once come by. That thought ended the moment the maid revealed the visitor's name. It was Lord Weiss, and he had come with Lily and their pet monster. The moment Weiss's name reached her ears, Sieglinde sprang up in alarm. Serious worry rushed through her as she ordered the maid not to let him into the room under any circumstances. Her voice carried sharp urgency as she told the maid to keep him in the reception hall and lock him there immediately. In her flustered state, the maid was convinced that the person who had stolen the piece of her holiday morning could only be that man. Lily looked around in wonder as they entered the grand residence, and a breath of amazement escaped her. To her it felt just like a princess's castle. Weiss quietly took in the sight as well, and admitted to himself that this was his first time visiting Sieglinde's home. The luxuries surrounding them made it clear just how extraordinary her life truly was. As he waited in the reception room, another thought crossed his mind. Somewhere within this splendid mansion, Sieglinde was still in her loungewear. Sieglinde soon appeared before them, and offered an apology for making Weiss wait. Even on her day off, she still stood in uniform, which did not escape his notice. Weiss remarked on it with mild surprise, and then apologized in return for arriving so early in the morning. Sieglinde accepted his apology, and quickly turned to the reason for his visit. Without delay, Weiss moved to the matter at hand, and told her that he urgently needed to know where Kaya was. At the mention of Kaya, Sieglinde looked puzzled, and asked why Weiss was suddenly asking about that troublesome little brat now. She reminded him that Kaya had already been provided with food, clothing, and shelter, so the sudden interest felt strange to her. Weiss quickly revealed the reason. It was about the hat they had discussed earlier. He had made up his mind to travel to the fairy realm, and for that journey he needed Kaya's help. The moment those words reached her, Sieglinde froze in complete disbelief. With that in mind, she immediately realized that Weiss was planning to bring Kaya with him as part of his family in order to enter the realm. Entry into Anheim was allowed only for fairies, elves, or those who had family there. The thought left her even more shaken, and she questioned whether he was truly serious about taking that girl along for such a journey. She could hardly believe that the simple suggestion she had made earlier had led to this. Sieglinde admitted that something about this had felt strange from the start. Weiss was normally far too responsible to suddenly take someone in like this, and she wondered if some feeling of guilt had made him unable to leave the girl behind. As the thought continued, she quietly reached an even more surprising conclusion. If things kept going like this, then Weiss and Kaya might end up becoming family in a much deeper way. Sieglinde suddenly blurted out the thought that had been troubling her, and asked in shock whether Weiss was planning to make Lily's mother. The question struck him so unexpectedly that he immediately rejected it in complete disbelief. Weiss quickly clarified the real reason for his visit. He simply wanted to leave Angel Bear with Kaya while he was away on the journey. Lily then held up the little bear and gently corrected the name. It was Cumitin. Weiss quickly explained that all he wanted was for Cumitin to be looked after while he was gone. Sieglinde was still flustered from her earlier misunderstanding, and could only ask what all of this had really been about. Weiss simply asked her to hand the memo over to Kaya right away. With the matter settled, Weiss turned to leave, and offered a quick apology for bothering Sieglinde on her day off before moving to take his leave. But before he could go, Sieglinde suddenly called out for him to wait. Her voice stopped him in place, and he turned back in surprise while she remained momentarily caught in thought. Sieglinde hesitated for a moment, as if there was something more she wanted to say. In the end, she let the thought fade, and simply told Weiss to be careful on the trip. Weiss answered with an easy smile, and assured her that since he was already heading out, he intended to enjoy the journey as well. Lily stood happily at his side, holding Cumitin with a bright smile that matched his. As they left, Sieglinde watched them go in silence, and her concern lingered gently in the space they left behind. After watching Weiss and Lily leave, Sieglinde remained standing in quiet thought. A small wish stirred within her, that if only he had asked her to come along. Yet she knew better than to expect something like that from Weiss, and she gently chided herself for even letting the thought take shape. Rather than holding on to that quiet disappointment, she decided it was better to put those feelings aside and go on her own. Still, the truth soon settled over her. In the end, she could not go with them, because work would keep her here. Kaya greeted Lily with bright excitement and warmly welcomed her back. Her cheerful voice quickly extended to Weiss as well. With playful pride, Kaya spread her arms and showed off the place, as if it were her own castle. She proudly declared how pretty and impressive it was, and clearly expected admiration for it. Lily looked around the room, and answered with innocent honesty that there was nothing there. Weiss looked at her in silence and could not help questioning what exactly was going on with that outfit. Kaya proudly showed off her outfit and declared that it perfectly captured the look of a city girl. She seemed delighted with herself and posed with all the confidence she could gather. Still, he admitted to himself that it was almost impressive how quickly she had managed to find clothes like that after moving here. Kaya struck another dramatic pose and proudly called it her city girl pose. Lily copied her with innocent enthusiasm, while Kumington stayed close beside them. Watching the scene, Weiss could only wonder what strange idea Kaya had formed about life in the capital city. For the week that Weiss would be away on business, Lily was entrusted with the small bear she lovingly called Angel Bear. Weiss gently corrected that the little companion was properly named Kumington. Lily stubbornly held to the beloved name, while Weiss could only murmur that hearing a grown man call it Angel Bear felt almost unbearably embarrassing and wholly unacceptable. With the matter settled as much as it ever could be, Weiss turned to Kaya and entrusted Kumington to her care for a little, while his request carrying the quiet weight of trust. Kaya wondered why Weiss had not simply asked Lady Zieglein to look after while she was away, and reminded him that since they had only just moved in, her home was hardly fit for hosting yet. Weiss added that Kaya was already more familiar with Angel Bear than anyone else, and thought Lily clearly only wanted to go out and enjoy herself. Kaya quietly denied it, and explained that nothing more than a simple round of checking on things had brought her there. The answer left Weiss staring at her in baffled silence, as something about Kaya's mood felt far stranger than usual. A dangerous thought crossed Weiss's mind as he wondered whether Kaya had grown far too confident and needed to be taught a lesson. The words stilled him for a moment, yet the severe look lingering on his face only made Lily quietly remark that his expression looked frightening. Weiss drew in a slow breath and forced his emotions back under control, reminding himself that as a father he could not allow feelings to rule him in this moment. He turned the blame upon himself and bitterly admitted that after welcoming Kaya into their family, it had been his own fault for ever thinking something as precious as Kumington could be left with such an irresponsible young woman. The confession only deepened his resolve as he apologized to Lily and decided he would find another solution instead. Behind him, Kaya was left in startled confusion, unable to understand what mistake had suddenly been laid at her feet. Weiss revealed that the matter concerned taking care of something in his place for a little while. As compensation for the trouble, he intended to leave Kaya with white coins worth 100,000 zenies. The staggering amount left Kaya frozen in disbelief, as the meaning of his request slowly began to settle over her. Weiss moved to leave with Lily and urged her along as though the matter had already been decided. The sight jolted Kaya from her stunned silence, and she called out for him to wait. Clutching Kumington close, Kaya hurriedly declared that she would take care of it herself. She confessed that something as important as Kumington could never be entrusted to someone who did not even know how to look after it properly. Kaya proudly declared that Angel Bear should be left in the care of its true master, and reminded Weiss that her earlier claim of unfamiliarity had been nothing more than modesty. Satisfied at last, Weiss accepted her confidence and entrusted Kumington to her keeping, though not without warning that if anything happened, full repayment would be expected. Kaya fiercely promised that he had better leave the little bear to her and see to his journey instead. Kaya answered with bright confidence and promised they would meet again later, while holding Kumington close, as though guarding a treasure dearer than words. With the matter finally settled, Weiss wished her a safe farewell and took his leave. The journey began beneath the vast mountains where the roads stretched endlessly into the distance, and Weiss guided the motorcycle forward across the open land. Along the way, Lily ran laughing through the shallow stream, her joy bright and unrestrained. They paused for small moments of happiness where Lily delighted in sweet treats. As evening light softened the horizon, Weiss remained at her side. 2 days after leaving the capital, the journey had already filled Lily with endless excitement and delight. Lily, with bright pride and cheerfully, declared herself a true traveler, her small voice carrying all the wonder and joy of the adventure they now shared. Once she was safe, he gently praised her for how hard she had done her best through the long trip, and told her she must be exhausted from the road. Weiss rested a gentle hand upon Lily's head, and her laughter rose like sunlight in the quiet air. Wrapped in happiness, Lily declared that she could go anywhere so long as Papa was with her. Then, with a smile bright enough to warm the road itself, she confessed that she loved him. The words struck Weiss into stunned silence, as the depth of her innocent affection reached straight into his heart. As Weiss looked upon Lily's smiling face, he quietly felt that becoming her father had truly been the best decision of his life, and wondered if such happiness could really belong to this world. Soon Lily gazed ahead with shining wonder, and asked if this was the land of fairies. Weiss gently confirmed that it was, and told her she might even make many elf friends there. At once Lily burst with excitement, and eagerly urged that they hurry forward into the beautiful unknown before them. Weiss felt the strangeness of the place settle around them, as he searched the surroundings, and found no signs to guide the way, while Lily softly wondered why the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Still looking ahead, Weiss carried the same thought that there were no signs pointing the way, and the silence of the road only deepened the mystery before them. Then Lily lifted her voice with innocent hope, and called out for a fairy, while asking where the entrance was, as though the hidden world might answer her directly. At last a sweet unseen presence seemed to stir in the darkness with warm delight at the sight of such a charming little visitor, and the air itself felt ready to welcome them. At the sudden voice from the darkness, Weiss pulled Lily close and demanded to know who was there. A gentle voice answered with soft amusement, and noted how quickly Weiss had moved to shield Lily, while assuring him there was no need for fear, and that everything was all right. From the shimmering light ahead, a tiny fairy slowly revealed herself, as though born from the glow itself, and the hidden path between worlds finally began to open before them. The fairy gave a soft laugh, and smiled with playful pride as she confirmed that she truly was a fairy. Lily looked up in wonder at the tiny figure flying before them, and asked if the little being was truly a fairy. Weiss stayed close beside Lily, while both of them looked at the glowing little visitor in quiet amazement. The fairy introduced herself as Zinnia, and welcomed Lily and Weiss to Anheim, the land of fairies and elves. Lily's delight carried her forward at once as the magic around Zinnia swirled brightly, and the wonder of the hidden land opened before her. Seeing Lily rush ahead, Weiss quickly called out her name, and reached for her with protective concern, as the fairy world finally revealed itself around them. Zinnia looked at Lily with delight, and admired what an adorable high elf she was. The words struck Weiss at once, and surprise rose sharply across his face, as he demanded to know what Zinnia meant by that. Weiss held Lily close in stunned silence, as the meaning of those words settled heavily between them. Floating lightly in the air, Zinnia answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, that Lily was a high elf. Zinnia explained that Lily's magic was completely different from that of ordinary elves, and regarded Weiss's questions as strangely simple for someone who had traveled through many lands. Weiss fell into silence as the words settled over him, and the thought slowly formed that high elves lived in Anheim as ordinary citizens. A quiet realization stirred in his heart as the possibility rose before him that Lily's parents might also be here. Zinnia gently confirmed that high elves truly lived in Anheim, though they were not common among its people. The answer left Weiss silent as the weight of possibility settled over his heart. Looking at Lily's small face, Weiss felt the question linger within him, and the uncertain future before them suddenly felt much closer. His thoughts turned to Lily, and the hope of finding her parents, while a quiet unease followed close behind as he wondered what should be done if that moment truly came. Zinnia greeted Weiss and Lily with cheerful energy, and noted that they had safely arrived at their destination, before asking whether Weiss knew the entry requirements for this land. Weiss answered with quiet uncertainty, and shared what he had heard, that elves and their families were allowed to enter. With playful pride, Zinnia revealed that he was in charge of immigration screening in Anheim, and began asking for their names. Weiss gave his name while Lily happily followed, and Zinnia warmly accepted them both, as their arrival into the fairy land was finally made official. Zinnia asked whether Weiss and Lily were family, and quietly noted that they seemed to be of different kinds. Weiss answered with hesitation that they were not related by blood, yet Lily was precious to him beyond such ties. Before the silence could deepen, Lily's bright voice rang out with innocent certainty, as she proudly declared that Weiss was Lily's dad. Those simple words lingered in the air, and settled softly over Weiss's heart. Lily's words calling Weiss the best dad in the whole world struck him so deeply that emotion overflowed across his face, and her name escaped him in a trembling breath. Zinnia watched with a knowing smile, and reminded Weiss that family was not bound by blood ties alone. The truth of those words settled quietly between them, as Weiss stood beside Lily in thoughtful silence. Then Zinnia gently moved the conversation forward, and asked what had brought them to Anheim. Weiss answered that they had come in search of Lily's hat, after hearing that a master matchmaker lived here. With cheerful approval, Zinnia accepted the reason, and urged Weiss to complete the paperwork quickly so the search could begin. A circle of magic suddenly spread beneath Weiss and Lily, and the glowing pattern of Anhim rose around them in brilliant light. Startled by the sudden spell, Weiss instinctively drew Lily close and held her protectively at his side. With bright excitement, Zinnia welcomed them warmly and declared the beginning of their journey through Anhim. Zinnia cheerfully announced 2 guests and guided Weiss and Lily forward as a sudden pillar of light rose around them. The burst of magic made both of them gasp in surprise, and the world shifted in an instant beneath their feet. Weiss steadied Lily in his arms while realizing that it was teleportation magic, and the suddenness of it left him momentarily stunned. Lily quickly recovered and tugged at him with bright excitement as she called for him to look. The new sight before them made Weiss stop in stunned silence as Lily clung to him and marveled at how enormous it was. Before them stood a vast ancient tree, rising into the glowing sky with branches spreading like a world of their own. Zinnia smiled at their astonishment and revealed that this was the magical tree Yggdrasil. With quiet wonder he explained that it was the heart of Anhim, and that everything in the fairy kingdom was built around it. The fairy's gentle voice filled the shining air, as Zinnia revealed that all life in this place was sustained by the power of Yggdrasil. The great magic that had brought Weiss and Lily here, and the barrier that surrounded Anhim, all flowed from that same ancient source. With that wonder came the easy realization that for fairies, instant teleportation, without any preparation, was only natural beneath such immense magic. Zinnia drifted lightly through the glowing air and marveled that the power of the magic tree was truly incredible. Beside them, Lily delighted in the sudden rush and found the wild movement nothing short of fun. Soon after, Zinnia's taps came to an end as he guided Weiss and Lily toward the city gate and directed them straight ahead where the road would lead into the heart of downtown. Before parting, he left them with the simple promise that whenever the time came to leave, all they needed to do was call his name, and he would return at once. Zinnia parted from them with a bright wish for a wonderful stay, and Lily happily called his name in farewell as Weiss held her close. Weiss soon urged that it was time to keep moving and guided their steps forward into the city. Lily's excitement overflowed as she insisted on walking by herself, and the moment her feet touched the ground, she hurried ahead. Weiss quickly followed with concern and called for Lily not to run off because the unfamiliar streets were dangerous. Lily came to a sudden stop as wonder filled her small face at the sight before her. The streets below glowed with life as elves and fairies moved through the crowded paths beneath the tall roofs and slender towers. The whole city shimmered like something drawn from a dream, and Lily could only stand in amazement before its beauty. Lily's joy sparkled as she excitedly pointed out how many fairies filled the sky around them. Weiss looked around and quietly realized that as a human he truly stood out among the elves and fairies surrounding them. Still, the charm of the streets only deepened as glowing lanterns and magical shops stretched ahead and drew them further into the heart of the city. Lily gazed up in delight at the countless sparkling lights that filled the city. Weiss quietly noted that in the imperial capital such high-quality magic stones would have been worth thousands of zenny, and yet here they were scattered all across town. Suddenly, Lily tugged at him with bright excitement and pleaded to go into the nearby shop. Weiss turned in surprise only to find that the place she pointed toward was a tavern standing warmly along the glowing street. Weiss hurried after Lily and caught hold of her before she could rush straight into the tavern. A troubled thought crossed his mind as he wondered how she had grown bold enough to run toward such a place without hesitation. Yet Lily continued reaching forward with sparkling curiosity, and her attention remained fixed on the lively shop ahead. Inside the tavern, warm lights glowed over shelves of bottles, and quiet conversations drifted through the room as elves gathered around the tables. Lily gazed around in quiet amazement as she noticed how still and peaceful the place felt compared to the lively streets outside. Weiss looked down in concern and wondered what had suddenly troubled Lily. A cheerful fairy welcomed them the moment they stepped inside the tavern. Soon a table for 2 was prepared, and the sight of fairies fluttering gracefully through the room filled Lily with renewed wonder and delight. With pure delight, Lily celebrated the fact that she had just touched a real fairy, and the wonder of that moment lit up her whole face. The fairy could not help but find her adorable, and warmly thought of her as a truly cute customer. The fairy gently asked if Weiss and Lily had only just arrived in Anhim. Weiss answered with a simple yes as Lily's joy overflowed beside him. Weiss looked around in quiet surprise as the fairy moved through the tavern as a shop clerk, and admitted that he had always believed fairies lived only by magic and never needed work. With a light laugh, the fairy explained that outside Anhwa fairies lived as they pleased, but here everyone had a proper job. Soon the fairy came over to take their order, while Weiss settled Lily carefully onto the tall chair that she seemed to adore. Lily's bright curiosity turned toward the drinks, and she reached excitedly for alcohol, but Weiss quickly refused and decided that juice would be far more fitting for her. The fairy cheerfully accepted the order and hurried off to prepare whatever Weiss requested. The fairy server moved with lively grace and asked for only a moment before preparing their drinks. Bottles tilted and ice tumbled into the glasses as the drinks came together with dazzling speed and practiced elegance. Weiss watched in quiet surprise while Lily stared in fascination at the sparkling motions behind the counter. Before long, the finished glasses were set before them, and the drinks shimmered invitingly beneath the tavern lights. The drinks were finally placed before them, as the fairy cheerfully offered them over. Lily leaned close to the steaming cup and obediently blew across the surface with all her effort. She protested that Weiss was having all the fun and insisted that she wanted some alcohol as well. Weiss could only sigh and wonder why Lily had become so interested in alcohol when it was not even sweet. Lily rested against the table and softly revealed that everyone around them looked as though they were having so much fun. That simple reason carried a quiet sadness as she held her cup and watched the lively tavern around her. Weiss fell silent at her words, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. He began to wonder if what Lily truly missed was that small familiar shop in Florent where warmth and laughter had once surrounded them. Even if it had been noisy and filled with rough characters and endless brawls, it was still a place that had once felt warm and familiar to her heart. To Lily, that little shop had been a place overflowing with happy memories. Seeing that longing in Lily, Weiss gently leaned closer and asked if she truly wanted to try some. Lily's face brightened at once with surprise and hope. Weiss gave a quiet answer that she could, but only on one condition. Weiss leaned closer with a playful look and warned Lily that a scary witch might come for children who drank alcohol. He spun the tale further and spoke of a witch who kidnapped children, and that was why Lily's father had always stopped her from drinking. The answer came at once as she firmly refused and insisted that juice was what she truly wanted. Though he teasingly offered her the chance to try it if she was willing to take the risk, Lily quickly shrank back from the thought. With a gentle smile, Weiss accepted her choice and apologized softly that it was only for her own good. Lily could only murmur her small complaint and pout against him in quiet defeat. The fairy gave Lily some sweets that tasted better than alcohol, and Lily quickly became happy again. Weiss felt relieved and thanked the fairy for helping. After Lily calmed down, he asked about the hat maker they were looking for. The fairy paused and quietly repeated the words hat maker while Weiss waited for an answer. The fairy admitted there might be an idea, but warned that it would not be easy. Even if Weiss went there, the person they sought might refuse to speak with him, and money would not change that. Then the truth was revealed. She was deeply distrustful of humans and lived apart in the quiet darkness of the forest. Weiss listened in silence as the path ahead finally began to take shape. Weiss walked deeper into the forest with the fairy's words still on his mind. Distrustful of humans, he repeated to himself, and then held on to the thought that if the hat was truly for Lily, then maybe if he asked nicely it would work out. Suddenly something dropped from above and struck him without warning, and a sharp cry escaped his lips as he pulled Lily close to protect her. The thought stayed with him as he wondered if the maker that the fairy had mentioned was really somewhere around here. A charming little house, shaped like a great spotted mushroom, stood quietly beneath the trees as if waiting for their arrival. Weiss let out a soft breath of relief and gently told Lily that they had finally arrived. Lily stirred in his arms with a sleepy murmur while his gaze settled on the sign bearing the shape of a hat. Weiss stepped through the doorway with Lily at his side, and they entered the hat maker's home at last. Shelves lined the walls filled with hats of every shape and style, and the place felt almost dreamlike. Lily's face lit up with wonder as her gaze moved from one beautiful hat to another. Then a voice greeted them from within. Both turned toward the sound as someone inside noticed their arrival and welcomed them with quiet surprise. The hat maker welcomed them with a gentle smile, and her gaze softened at the sight of Lily. She called Lily a cute little customer, and the warmth in her voice eased the tension in the room. Weiss politely apologized for arriving so suddenly and explained that he wished to have a hat made for his daughter. At those words, the woman's expression changed. her eyes fixed on Weiss and Lily as surprise quietly settled over her face. The woman stared at them for a long moment, and Weiss stepped closer with quiet uncertainty. He gently asked if something was wrong, and whether there was something on his face. She seemed to come back to herself at last, and softly let out a breath. Then she rose from her seat, and motioned for them to follow. Her voice turned calm as she confirmed that the hat was meant for the little one, and invited them further inside. The hat maker gently asked the little girl for her name, and Lily answered with a bright smile. When asked whether she loved her father, Lily happily declared that she loved Daddy, and her cheerful answer filled the room with warmth. The woman watched the closeness between Weiss and Lily in silence before a faint smile touched her lips. She admitted that there was something special about a close-knit family that always stayed together, and quietly confessed that the sight left her feeling a little jealous. The helper quietly spoke with her assistant for a moment, and then the woman gently asked whether Lily's measurements could be taken in the other room. Weiss gave his permission without hesitation, and watched as Lily was led away for the fitting. Before she left, he bent down to her level, and softly reminded Lily to listen carefully to her big sister. Lily looked up at him, and answered with quiet attention as the fitting began. Lily looked up at Weiss with a bright smile, and promised that she would be a good girl. She sweetly asked him to wait for her, and Weiss watched her go with quiet affection. Once Lily left the room, the warmth in the air shifted. The hat maker turned her attention fully to Weiss, and her expression grew serious. With a voice touched by disbelief, she asked how he had come to stand before her after all this time. Weiss turned in confusion as the woman slowly stepped closer. Her presence suddenly felt heavier, and the room seemed to grow still around them. Then she faced him fully, and at last revealed herself. The question lingered between them as Weiss stared at her in stunned silence. She told him her name was Radamaria, and asked if he truly did not recognize her face. Weiss stood frozen in shock as Radamaria's name echoed in his mind, yet no memory came to him. After a long silence, he could only admit that he did not remember her, and that this was his first time coming to Anheim. He believed she must have mistaken him for someone else. Radamaria's expression darkened at his words. To hear that he could not even understand who she was left a quiet wound in her voice, and she bitterly concluded that perhaps she had never been worth remembering at all. She let the painful truth settle between them, and revealed that not a single day had passed in which she had forgotten him. Radamaria faced Weiss and declared that he was the one who took everything from her. Weiss looked at her in confusion and questioned what she meant. Radamaria repeated that he had taken everything from her, as Weiss echoed her words in disbelief. A sharp step echoed across the wooden floor as Radamaria moved forward with intent. Weiss reacted at once as tension rose, and he called out in frustration over Lily, while turning to face the threat closing in. Weiss stood firm and denied her claim, as he declared that this was their first meeting, and insisted that she was mistaken, and that there was no misunderstanding between them. Radamaria lowered her gaze as her voice carried a quiet intensity, and Radamaria revealed that the memory had never faded as she continued to see it within her dreams every single night. Weiss declares that this is not a situation where reason can fix anything. Logic will not solve what stands between them. He asks what she wants from him, and what he is supposed to do now. He feels the tension as Radamaria questions what she truly wants. The answer is clear. Radamaria wants his life. Weiss urges Radamaria to listen, and reveals that the situation is bad because they have taken Lily hostage, so he cannot make a move, and he pleads for her to calm down, and allow them to talk while accusing her of placing herself above all else. Radamaria answers with unforgiving resolve, and declares that forgiveness will never be given to him, as a magic circle forms and power begins to rise around her. Weiss stares at the spreading light and recognizes that magic circle, and realizes what it is as the pattern becomes clear before him. Radamaria rises within the storm of her own power, and accuses Weiss as the one who stole her sister from her, and the grief within her heart turns into merciless force. Weiss reaches out toward the blazing magic circle, and realizes that it is already too late, as the spell completes beyond his control. Light surges forward as Radamaria releases her power. A gentle voice wonders if something is wrong as Lily turns her face slightly, while holding the teapot in both hands. Helper suggests that she may be feeling nervous. Lily remains silent for a brief moment, and listens while the door stands closed before them. She offers reassurance and urges her to have some sweet tea first, and explains that this tea is a specialty from Anheim, and the warmth of it begins to ease the restless air around Lily. Weiss feels the strike pierce through him, and blood leaves his lips as he breathes out her name, Radamaria. Understanding, he confesses that he already knew about her, and that this ending had been waiting in silence between them. 8 years ago, the quiet town rests beneath distant mountains, and a different beginning waits within its streets. Inside a modest building, several men surround a lone hooded woman, and remark that it is rare to see a woman around here, while one invites her to have a drink with him. When she offers no reply, the silence stretches, and one of them comments that she is not very friendly, while another leans closer and urges her to let him see her face as his hand reaches for the edge. A magic circle bursts into existence before the hooded woman, and its light strikes the man who dared to touch her, and shock escapes him as he cries out in alarm. The force of the spell sends fear through the others, and they scramble toward the street, while one shouts that they should get out of here, and another curses under his breath as panic overtakes their earlier arrogance. Left behind in the narrow road, Weiss remains still and untouched as the fading glow of magic surrounds her. Within the kingdom of Almeria, Weiss reflects that she cast the spell in an instant and acknowledges that such speed reveals serious skill. He recalls that he had been wandering from country to country while escaping the magical authorities, yet the food and drink there felt so comforting that he ended up staying for a whole month without even realizing it. A hooded woman approaches Weiss and addresses him directly, and asks if he would kidnap her, though the request may sound sudden. Weiss recognizes her as the one from before and stares in disbelief, while questioning what kind of madness would lead to such a proposal, and wonders if she is in her right mind. She insists that she is serious and declares that she wants him to snatch her away from this place. She answers that he is not some shady character. A radiant woman reveals that her name is Hollow Starksia de Almeria, and declares that her name should already be known. Weiss answers with a simple refusal, and admits that her name has never reached his ears. She lowers her hood and laments that if Weiss had known her, then everything would have been far more simple. With a soft breath, she confesses that she is the princess of this country, and waits for his reaction. Weiss tells Hollow that she will likely think disbelief awaits her confession, yet he declares that he believes her, and his steady answer leaves her startled with a breath caught in surprise. He adds that the tale is not a joke, and that no ordinary person would accept such a sudden story, and he questions whether she is making fun of him, while calling her a princess who sounds insane, though his voice remains steady. Weiss declares that only what is seen with his own eyes can earn his belief, and his conviction stands firm. Reflects that just by looking at Hollow, there is a feeling that she might truly be the real princess of this country, and he remarks that her bearing sounds very princess-like. Even so, he admits honestly that she is still a little crazy, and leaves that truth standing clearly between them. After weighing the thought, he states that he will not refuse that request. He then brings the matter forward, and asks what about the kidnapping plan, while she remains silent before him, without giving an answer. Hollow gathers her resolve, and confesses that she wants to get out of this country, and her voice carries a quiet plea as murmurs of people echo behind her. Weiss answers that this country seems like a good place, and even admits that it feels like a nice land to live in. He then questions why she would wish to leave such a place, and waits for her reason, while holding her gaze. Tankards are set down and Hollow calls for more, and urges the old man to bring another round, while Weiss adds his own request, and the tavern keeper answers that the drinks are coming right up. She confesses that she is not suited to live as a princess, and with the mug in hand, Hollow explains that life at the palace is fine, yet she feels more at ease drinking at a regular tavern. Weiss sums up her wish by stating that she wants to quit being a princess, and instead live as a normal person, and Hollow agrees and admits that such thinking may be naive. Weiss remarks that her reason sounds shallow, and calls it the kind of motivation expected from a spoiled princess who stands out of touch with reality. She adding that she can still hold her own with magic. He asks whether that alone makes her a failure. Weiss rejects the thought that she is a failure, and encourages her to decide how she truly wishes to live her life, and lifts his mug with a warm smile as he offers that simple truth. She then asks why kidnapping would not be better, and why she should not just run away on her own right now. Hollow replies that he looks strong and capable of taking her on, and explains that if she simply ran away, the search for her would begin at once, since everyone knows she tends to sneak into town, and her absence would only go unnoticed for a short time. Weiss points out that escaping the country alone while evading watchful eyes would be impossible, and questions why she has come to him instead. Weiss mutters that she truly is a typical princess, and wonders if perhaps she possesses some strange intuition. Hollow answers with quiet approval that she likes that about him and accepts his reaction with a soft agreement. Weiss declares that he will kidnap Hollow himself, and his decision carries firm resolve beneath the night sky. He arrives before the palace and recognizes it as the place that holds her captive within its walls. As he slips inside, he admits that he had heard Hollow mention secret passages and weak points in the palace defenses, yet he did not expect to break in with such ease. Even so, he reflects that this country has grown far too peaceful for its own good. Weiss calls out that he has come to kidnap Hollow Starchia, and then falters as he questions what he is even saying while standing at her chamber window. Hollow greets him with a soft hello, and rubs her eyes as she asks whether he had not been asleep, and her drowsy voice carries gentle confusion. Hollow apologizes, and explains that she only nodded off for a moment before gathering herself again. Weiss steps closer, and asks whether she truly wishes to run away. Weiss urges her to hurry as much as possible, since he is risking his life by coming here, and she answers with quick apology and promises that she will get ready at once while calling out to her big sister. A small elf girl stands in the doorway holding a worn rabbit doll and gazes ahead in silence, while Weiss turns in shock and blurts out that she is still awake. Hollow stiffens at the sight of the child and breathes out the name Radamiria as alarm rises within her. Before more words can follow, a Weiss hand suddenly covers Hollow mouth and cuts off her attempt to speak. Radamiria trembles and calls out to her big sister in confusion, as Hollow can only let out a muffled sound beneath the firm cover of Weiss' hand. Weiss tightens his hold around Hollow and hushes her while declaring that they are running now, and his voice leaves no room for protest. Radamiria cries out for her big sister, as Weiss leaps from the balcony with Hollow held tightly in his arms, and the night wind rushes around them. Radamiria answers with a broken refusal, and tears spill down her face as she watches them vanish into the dark. A sharp cry pierces the silence before a quiet voice acknowledges the scene with cold understanding and utters that it sees. It is revealed that Radamiria is Hollow's younger sister, and that truth lingers like falling light in the dark. Hollow breathes out Lily's name and offers an apology that drifts softly into the night. Lily turns with fragile confusion and calls out to her father, while the quiet glow around her trembles with uncertainty. Another voice confesses that Radamiria is so scared of humans that she cannot even step outside, and adds that she has not been eating much, which brings fear for her health. The father whispered that poor Lady Radamiria was once such a bright and kind princess, and their voices carried both pity and regret. A royal voice declares the wish to let Radamiria rest and recover in Anheim for a while, and explains that there are hardly any humans in that country, and then asks whether they would be willing to join this journey. Another voice observes that Radamiria truly seems to have taken a liking to her, and that gentle bond becomes reason enough to hope for change. The company answers with bright resolve that she will go wherever the princess goes and promises that she will accompany Radamiria without hesitation while Radamiria stands beside her in quiet silence. Shira stands in silence as Lily beams with joy beside her, and the quiet between them grows heavy. Lily with shining certainty that she will become a magic user who can save her father, and explains that her father came and rescued her, and that he is truly kind. Shira questions Lily, and wonders whether Lily truly loves humans that much. She then reveals that the room is sealed with a powerful barrier created by Radamiria magic, and that there is no way of knowing what is happening to Lily's father outside those walls. Shira confesses that she feels sorrow because this child has done nothing wrong, yet she declares that her devotion belongs only to Lady Radamiria and to her loyalty. She then calls out to Lily with restrained emotion. Shira asks Lily whether she wishes to meet her real father, and explains that high elves live in Anheim, so there may be a chance to find her biological parents. Lily softly repeats the words real and father as confusion clouds her gentle voice. Shira affirms that Lily is a high elf, and that elves and humans are different species, and then declares that Lily is not human and belongs with the elves. Lily stands frozen as the word father echoes in her mind. With tears forming, she admits that she does not understand any of this, and pleads that she wants to go to her papa. She suddenly cries out for her papa, and runs forward in desperate longing, while calling his name again and again. A strained voice answers that Lily is dear, and offers apology, yet the words falter as sorrow settles heavily between them. Shira declares that Lily cannot see her father anymore, and Lily can only respond with a faint sound of confusion as the words sink in. Shira states that the door will not open, and that even she cannot undo it, as the barrier holds firm. Lily rushes toward the door and cries out for it to be opened while begging to be let out and calling for her papa to help her. Heavy steps approach, and a voice begins to reveal that Lily's father is already lost beyond reach, and the unfinished words darken the room. Shira states that Lily's father might not be in this world anymore, and her voice carries a final weight that cannot be softened. Lily freezes at the door, and a fragile sound escapes her as confusion spreads across her small face, and the single word what lingers in the darkness. Lily stands before the sealed door in silence while Shira watches from behind with unreadable eyes. Shira tells Lily that Anheim is a wonderful place and promises that Lily will be much happier there, as she insists that Lily will surely find comfort in that distant land. Suddenly a sharp force cuts through the air, and Shira turns in shock as the barrier trembles under an unexpected strike. Shira senses that the air has suddenly changed and questions what is happening as a strange pressure fills the room. A violent current begins to swirl around Lily, and the wind coils fiercely as if drawn to her small trembling form. Shira stares in disbelief and asks what this is while Lily crouches at the center of the storm, and the magic in the air twists and gathers around her like a rising tide. Lily cries out for her papa as tears stream down her face, and her small hands tremble against her cheeks. A pained sound escapes her lips, and the storm of magic thickens with her grief. Shira calls out Lily's name in alarm as fear grips her voice. Through broken sobs, Lily declares that she will not be selfish anymore, and her desperate promise echoes within the swirling light. Within the raging circle of magic, Lily curls into herself and vows that she will be good, and that she promises with all her heart. Shira cries out in shock as the power surges beyond control, and the air splits with a fierce roar. Lily screams for her papa through tears as the light engulfs her small body, and her voice breaks with longing. A desperate plea rises for Weiss to save Lily, yet the cry of agony drowns every hope as the storm of magic swallows the room. A piercing cry echoes as Shira shields herself from the violent surge, and the crash of magic shakes the walls. A command bursts through the blinding radiance that pleads for him not to go while Lily is lifted within the blazing circle of ancient symbols. Her tears fall without restraint as the light devours every shadow, and the spell roars like a breaking air. The spell erupts in a blinding explosion that shatters wood and stone as the chamber breaks beneath the force, and the light consumes every shape in its path. Shira lies amid the splintered debris and struggles to rise while the echo of destruction fades into a heavy silence. Through trembling sobs, Lily calls for Papa, and a broken hic escapes her as dust falls like ash, and the emptiness where her father once stood answers with nothing. A drifting consciousness wonders if morning has already come, and recognizes Lily's voice calling softly for Papa through the haze of fading light. A gentle thought rises within him that there has been nothing better than waking to his daughter's voice, and that such a sound is the greatest blessing of any dawn, and that fortune has always favored him for allowing such a gift. Lily cries out for Papa and begs him to wake up while tears stream down her cheeks, and her small hands tremble with desperate hope. In the fragile space between sleep and waking, his heart moves toward that beloved voice, and the warmth of Lily's presence draws him back from the edge of silence. Weiss lifts himself from the broken floor as Lily stares at him in shock, and relief fills the ruined room. Weiss holds his head in confusion and tries to understand what happened as Lily keeps calling for Papa. Lily calls for Papa and asks if he is alright while tears fall down her face. Weiss looks at Lily in disbelief and calls her name as his hand reaches toward her and asks if she is hurt. He checks her gently and asks if she is alright, and if anything hurts, while Lily answers that nothing hurts and that she feels no pain. Lily looks up at him with tears falling and calls for Papa as she confesses that Lily thought Papa was gone forever. Weiss holds Lily close and feels her trembling against his chest while she buries her face into him and refuses to let go. Lily cries out for Papa again and again as tears pour down her face. He tells Lily that he is alright and thanks her while his voice softens with relief and gratitude. A heavy thought settles in his heart as he wonders why Lily, his precious daughter, must wear such a sorrowful expression after all that has happened. Weiss holds Lily close and remembers that he once promised himself that he would never make Lily sad again, and that vow burns in his heart as he protects her small body. A sudden sting spreads through him, and he notices blood upon his hand as confusion rises within him, and he wonders why pain now grips his body. Shock cuts through his thoughts as he lifts his gaze and calls out Radamiria with anger and fear shaking his voice. Radamiria stands within the shattered chamber as the broken door lies behind her and dark fabric falls around her like a silent omen. She stares at the ruined entrance and questions why the door stands open, while disbelief weakens her voice. Weiss tightens his hold on Lily and tells Radamiria to wait as his gaze sharpens with sudden realization, and he looks toward Lily with growing concern. A vow rises within the fading light that Lily trusts will never be betrayed again. Weiss declares that everything will be all right, and that a father never loses in front of his daughter, as fierce resolve strengthens his voice. He claims the will to become the strongest creature in the world, because a father must stand unbroken before his child, and Lily watches him with fragile hope as his determination surrounds her like a shield. Radamiria staggers in disbelief as she feels the barrier breaking and insists that it should not be possible because her magic placed layered seals upon seals. Weiss reveals with firm certainty that Lily is a high elf, and his voice carries unwavering conviction. He admits that Lily is still only a child, yet declares that high elves are an advanced race of elves, and that they are different from others as truth cuts through the collapsing spell. Weiss answers with steady resolve that high elves live in Anheim, and that knowledge of them exists though not in full familiarity. Radamiria retreats in alarm and warns him not to come near, while fear shakes her stance, and she commands him to stay away from here as she raises her power in defense. A spiral of magic forms before Radamiria, and ancient symbols burn within the circle. Weiss understands that this is exactly why such power is needed, and decides to use it. He knows that a simple barrier will not stop Radamiria, and that her magic can break through defenses. He realizes that losing consciousness before was a serious mistake. Radamiria shouts that he is a foolish human and attacks with her magic. Weiss stands inside the swirling circle and demands that she give back his sister as their powers collide. Weiss lifts his hand and stops the rushing magic with steady strength as light bends around his fingers and the violent surge fades before him. The spiral of power breaks apart in the air, and the force that once threatened him scatters like dust in the wind. Radamiria stares at him in shock as disbelief spreads across her face, and she realizes that her attack has been completely halted. Radamiria stands in confusion as Weiss reveals that the technique he used is extremely difficult to master and demands tremendous reflexes in real battle. He explains that it requires careful analysis of the opponent magic, and that it can only be used after taking a direct hit. He declares that when two spells of the same kind and the same amount clash out of phase, they erase each other through mutual annihilation. He concludes that her attacks will no longer reach him as certainty settles over the battlefield. Weiss declares that failing to kill him at the first chance was her mistake, and that such hesitation will become her downfall. His hand rests against his chest as unwavering resolve sharpens his gaze. Weiss and Radamiria stand apart on the ruined ground as dust moves through the air. Radamiria looks shocked and can only breathe out in confusion. Weiss states that Radamiria hates humans because she believes they kidnapped his beloved sister Hollow, and he warns her not to mess with him. Radamiria rises and declares that there is no way her magic will be stopped as large magic circles form around her. She insists that her attack will not be stopped and releases her power. Weiss looks up at her with a firm expression and prepares to face the attack. Lily cries out for Papa as fear rises within her small voice and her heart reaches toward him. Weiss answers that he is fine and calls Lily by name as he stands before her and shields her from danger. He forces his mind to focus and sends his awareness through every inch of his body magic as he prepares to counter the threat. Weiss resolves to reverse the phase and analyze the quality and frequency of Radamiria magic so that he can perfectly replicate it and stop the attack. Weiss watches her with steady eyes and cold resolve settles over his face. Radamiria advances with killing intent and declares that she will never forgive him and that she is going to kill him as hatred drives her forward. Dark chains and blades of magic form around Radamiria as power gathers for another strike. Weiss declares that before anything else she must answer where she took his sister, and his demand cuts through the air with fierce determination. She grips his weapon as lightning runs along its edge, and demands that Radamiria speak the truth without delay. Chains and spears of magic surge through the air as Radamiria unleashes her power in a sweeping assault. Weiss rushes forward to meet the attack, and the clash of light and force explodes between them, while Lily watches in fear as the battlefield fills with blinding energy. Weiss raises his hand and draws a steady breath as his focus sharpens into a single command. He thrusts his palm forward and releases his magic with firm resolve as power gathers at his fingertips. A radiant barrier blooms around him and shatters the incoming attacks while broken fragments of magic burst apart and fall away in fading sparks. Radomiria stares in shock as her magic fades before reaching him, and Radomiria demands to know what he is, and she cannot understand how it is disappearing like this. Fear trembles in her voice as she warns him not to come any closer. Radomiria cries out in confusion as her magic strikes Weiss yet vanishes on contact, and she cannot understand why this is happening. She raises her staff again and demands an answer while fear begins to break through her anger. Weiss steps forward, and the sudden shift makes her flinch as shock freezes her in place. He extends his hand toward her, and the force around her body tightens without warning as his power closes the distance between them. Weiss' hand hovers before Radomiria's face, and the pressure of his power forces a strained breath from her lips as fear rises within her. In the heavy silence, Weiss asks if she wants to see Halastarsha, and his words fall like a quiet blade through the darkness. Radomiria's gaze wavers and shock spreads across her face, while Weiss watches her with steady eyes and waits for her answer. Then in the zenith, a quiet town appears beneath a gentle sky as people walk along the narrow streets and daily life continues without fear. Men gather near the road and speak among themselves while simple homes stand close together in peaceful stillness. Lily runs forward with bright joy and declares that she is home as her arms open wide in happiness. Weiss smiles as Lily leaps toward him, and she admits that she did not expect him to return so soon. Radomiria looks around in shock and questions what kind of town this is as unease fills her voice. Weiss answers that this place is Zenith, and that it is a town full of criminals which cannot be found on any map because it is a phantom city. He reveals that Halastar lives here, and the words strike Radomiria with sudden disbelief as she struggles to accept what she has heard. Radomiria rushes after him and demands to know if her sister is truly here, and insists that he let her see Halastar at once while anger rises within her and she questions what he has done to her sister. Lily beams with innocent joy and expresses a wish to see Hollow Nachon soon, and her bright call of Dad carries through the air with pure trust. Radomiria falls silent for a breath, then agrees that they should stop by the shop as well, and Lily answers with a cheerful cry of happiness that softens the heavy path ahead. A broad figure stands with hands on hips and boasts that a large back carries burdens with pride, while Lily runs ahead with bright laughter and declares that she will be the first to arrive, and a warning follows that running will bring a fall. Weiss lets a faint smile touch his lips as he wonders what should be done now while quiet thoughts move beneath his calm face. Weiss remembers bringing Radomiria to Zenith, yet keeping the truth of what happened 8 years ago sealed within silence, because the truth must be told by the one who lived it. He reflects that Hollow was never taken by force, and that her family, including Radomiria, tried to bind her freedom, yet she chose to leave of her own will. Weiss reflects that the sisters are meeting again, yet doubts that this encounter can be called a happy reunion, while he wonders how Radomiria will react once she learns the truth that has long been hidden. They arrive before a modest shop, and Weiss announces that they have reached their destination, while Radomiria holds her breath as unease presses against her heart. Lily pushes the door open with bright courage and offers a cheerful greeting to whoever waits inside. Hollow offers welcome to the visitors, yet confusion follows as the familiar faces come into view. Hollow recognizes Weiss and Lily at once and cries out in disbelief as the truth of their presence strikes her heart. Questions what on earth stands before her, while shock spreads across the room. Radomiria rushes forward with joy and calls out to her sister, as small arms wrap around Hollow in a sudden embrace that breaks the years of distance between them. Hollow sees Radomiria and shock turns into tears as Radomiria calls her name and struggles to believe this reunion is real. Hollow answers that Radomiria has grown so much and questions why the years kept them apart. Radomiria reveals that she has searched for Hollow for all this time. Hollow holds Radomiria close and repeats that she has searched for her through all these years and asks Radomiria not to cry so much and to steady her heart. Bartender expresses quiet relief that Weiss and Lily are doing well, and warmth settles between them as the years of distance begin to fade. Lily beams with joy and shares that Cumington is doing great as well, while Lily softly repeats the name Cumington with curious surprise. She explains that he lives with her now, and the bartender answers that this is wonderful to hear as gentle gratitude fills the simple room. Hollow stands beside Radomiria and reveals that she has heard everything from her sister, and sorrow shapes her apology with quiet honesty. She answers that it was never Y's fault, and forgiveness rises gently between them. Radamiria lowers her gaze and admits that she once did something awful and misunderstood humans, and even held hatred toward him. Weiss speaks with steady reason and explains that given the circumstances, hatred toward him was natural, and he adds that if he had not helped Hollow, then Hollow and Radamiria would have remained separated. Radamiria struggles with lingering doubt, yet turns toward Lily and offers a trembling apology as she admits that she frightened Lily so much. Lily tilts her head with gentle confusion and answers with a soft, curious sound. Hollow notes that Lily does not seem to mind, and relief begins to ease the last tension in the room. Weiss remarks that living in Zenith teaches a person not to sweat most things. Weiss smiles and suggests that since everyone is gathered, they should share a drink, and the simple invitation carries hope for a new beginning. He reflects that whatever happens between the sisters from now on is not something outsiders should interfere with, and declares that his role here is finished. Weiss confesses that he still completely forgot that Hollow is a princess, and admits that he only just remembered that truth at this moment, while Hollow listens with startled silence, and Lily watches with open curiosity. Lily bursts with joy and announces that Hollow Nachon is a princess. Hollow reacts with surprise as laughter answers her, and a playful voice insists that she truly is a princess, even if she does not look like one now, while Lily hugs her with shining admiration. Lily said that she loves Hollow Nachon so much and holds her tight. Hollow hugs Lily and shares that this makes her happy because she loves Lily too. Weiss notes that Lily is the closest to Hollow and watches them with quiet approval. Weiss reflects that Zygoline troubles will not end anytime soon and takes a slow sip from his glass. Short after the reunion, the quiet street rests beneath soft light as Lily steps forward wearing her new hat. She calls out for Dad to look at her, and her bright laughter fills the air with pure pride. Weiss looks at Lily with warm delight and tells her that the hat suits her perfectly, while love shines clearly across his face. Radamiria asks what Lily thinks, and that the size fits just right, while Weiss praises the hat as absolutely perfect and declares that it is truly the work of a legendary hat maker. Lily beams with joy and thanks her big sister with bright affection, as pride over the new hat fills her smile. Radamiria looks at Lily and expresses hope that this small gift can make up for some of what she once did, and her words carry sincere regret and longing for forgiveness. Weiss suggests putting it away for now, while Lily answers with bright acceptance. Weiss gently tells Lily that it is a magical bike and warns her that her precious hat might fly off. A neighbor calls out to Weiss and offers something for him, as another voice presents a gift for Lily to celebrate starting school, while someone adds that there are salted snacks as well, and Lily responds with cheerful excitement. Radamiria remarks that it is too bad, while Weiss listens in quiet thought. She explains that if Weiss had stopped by earlier, he could have been shown many cool shops and sights around the town. Weiss responds that he understands and shares that Lily entrance ceremony will happen soon and promises that he will come back to visit again. The reply comes with simple approval as the words sound good. Radamiria thanks Weiss with quiet sincerity and recalls that when she was a child she never truly understood him, while Weiss answers with a soft sound of curiosity. Hollow embraces Lily with bright laughter as those around them smile, and she expresses that thanks to Weiss she finally feels as though she has truly met her real big sister. Weiss listens in silence and then answers that he understands. Weiss lifts his goggles with a confident smile and bids farewell to everyone, while Lily waves with bright excitement and echoes the wish for them to take care. The townspeople stand together and watch them leave as Hollow and Radamiria share a quiet look among friends who have become like family. As dust rises behind the moving bike, the journey carries Weiss and Lily away, and the path ahead turns toward the capital. Lily beams with excitement and invites others to guess what Quimbiton did, while sharing that she even got to see her big sister Hollow, and her joy sparkles with every word. Kimmington lets out a sharp squeak and grins with fierce pride as playful energy fills the room. Weiss drinks quietly and remarks that Kaya took care of Kumidon, so it must have grown much stronger, while a thoughtful voice wonders whether something feels different than before. A teasing comment points out that Zygoline already lives here, as if it were a personal house, which draws a serious reminder of that truth. A calm reflection follows that this place simply feels like home. Lily raised the hat with bright joy and showed it proudly as her school hat, while calling Sieglinde her big sister. Sieglinde gave a quiet, unsure reaction, and could not match that cheerful energy. She looked at Lily and felt that the hat truly suited her. Sieglin sat in silence while the moment felt slightly awkward. Weiss thought she was not good with children and could not show it well. Weiss continued to watch her and felt she had kindness inside. It was hard to see and difficult to understand. Sieglin spoke of tomorrow and told her not to be late for the entrance ceremony, and promised to come pick her up in the morning. Sieglin looked at him and asked if she was coming as well. Weiss reminded him of their promise and spoke of how she could help by becoming Lily's mother. She accepted her words and acknowledged it as something they had agreed upon. Sieglin stood still as the thoughts settled within her. She spoke of tomorrow at the ceremony, and then asked if she could take the role of Lily's mother. Weiss held Lily close and remained silent while her small figure rested calmly in his arms. He spoke with hesitation and admitted uncertainty, yet turned his thoughts to Lily and said the day ahead was important for him, so there was no need to force anything. Lily looked up with gentle curiosity and gave a soft sound while listening to the conversation. Sieglin looked toward Lily and asked with quiet doubt if it was truly not the case. Lily touched her lips and answered softly with a small no, then added a quiet maybe. Sieglin reacted with surprise and could not hide it. Sieglin leaned closer and asked if that meant she would be the mother, and if it was all right. Weiss confirmed it and said that was the reason. Sieglin held Lily gently as she accepted those words. Lily looked at Kumatin and happily said that tomorrow Sieglin would be her mother. The bear made a small sound while Lily smiled. Kumatin stayed quiet and gave no response. Sieglin looked confused and asked what to do while she could not understand. Kumatin suddenly moved and caused trouble. Sieglin lost balance and reacted in shock. She called out for help and told Weiss to do something. The bears rolled and moved around her. Weiss stood with Lily and watched. Lily looked on with calm curiosity. Weiss called out and told her to try petting Kumatin since it had started to warm up. Sieglin struggled and tried to understand. She repeated the word petting with hesitation, still overwhelmed. Weiss held his head and stayed silent. Kumatin remained calm while Sieglin slowly reached out and tried to pet it. Weiss looked at her and reacted with slight annoyance. Her hand pulled back as she felt confused. Weiss moved closer and guided her hand. He showed her how to pet Kumatin. Kumatin stayed calm as her hand touched its head. Sieglin felt confused and wondered about the strange feeling. Weiss looked at Sieglin and called out to her as she turned away in embarrassment. Her face flushed as she tried to hide her reaction and struggled to stay composed. Weiss apologized and admitted fault as he thought she might have been afraid of Kumatin. Sieglin denied it and rejected that idea at once. Lily spoke with simple joy and asked to play with the small bear. The three remained together as the moment settled into quiet peace. The day of the entrance ceremony arrived. Lily called Weiss and told him to look. Lily showed that she dressed herself. Weiss praised her and felt proud. She smiled with joy. Weiss asked about her handkerchief. Lily said she had it. He asked about her wand, and she became surprised. Lily hurried with urgency and declared she would go find it, while Weiss reminded her not to forget her hat. Weiss stood firm and adjusted his clothes with focus. He held a strong belief that a long and happy school life depended on how it began. Forgetting something on such a day was not acceptable. He resolved that Lily would not be looked down on by others. As her father, he carried the duty to be perfect as well. Weiss called out and asked if Lily was ready. Lily answered with bright energy and declared she was ready while holding her wand with pride. Lily stood with her hat and uniform and showed her excitement. Weiss looked at her and accepted it with a warm answer. Lily spoke with happiness and shared her excitement for school while urging him to go together. A quiet memory showed Lily from before as she sat in chains with no hope left in her world. That past had faded, and the Lily from then no longer remained. Lily now smiled with bright joy and raised her voice with happiness. A new path opened before her, and a world filled with warmth waited for her future. Sieglin appeared and told Weiss it was time to leave. Weiss accepted it and agreed as they prepared to go forward together. Sieglin greeted Lily with a gentle morning greeting as Lily stood before her. Lily answered with a cheerful voice and returned the greeting while calling her by name. Lily looked up with warmth and softly called her Mama. The word reached Sieglin. Weiss watched from the side and reacted as he realized what Lily had just called her. Sieglin bent down toward Lily and shared her happiness to be there with her today. Lily reached out and gently held Sieglin's hand as their fingers met. Lily turned with bright energy and called for Weiss while lifting her hand. Sieglinde reacted with surprise and could not hide her shock at the sudden closeness. Lily asked Weiss to hold her other hand as well. Weiss accepted and stepped forward while answering calmly. Weiss and Sieglinde walked side by side while holding Lily's hands. Lily moved between them with small steps filled with joy as they went forward together. Lily smiled brightly and spoke of the entrance ceremony with excitement. Weiss looked ahead and held a quiet thought of becoming a wizard. Weiss walked forward with Lily and Sieglinde and felt that this moment was not bad. He looked ahead and admitted that this kind of time held meaning for him as well. A familiar voice called out and told them to wait. Weiss stopped and questioned what was happening while Kaya appeared with lively energy. Kaya greeted them and called out to Sieglinde as her big sister. Weiss looked at her with confusion and asked why she was there. Kaya spoke with excitement and revealed that sweets would be served at the entrance ceremony, and there was no chance of missing it. She wondered how such information could exist in the world and still go unnoticed. Kaya declared that she had planned to attend as Lily's mother. Sieglinde reacted at once and called her a kid while the mood turned competitive between them. Kaya complained that it was not fair and argued that she was not that old. She declared that she would become Lily's big sister instead. Sieglinde answered calmly and pointed out that Kai could pass as Lily's mother by age. Kai grew frustrated and let out her anger as she insisted she would find a way to win. Sieglinde dismissed it and told her to do whatever she wanted. Kai turned to Lily and praised her appearance. She spoke with warmth and said Lily looked lovely in her new robe. Lily lifted her hand and called out with joy as she showed the shining jewel. She laughed softly and shared how much she loved its sparkle. She wondered if the jewel made her look like a real princess and admired her gently. Kai looked at Lily with warmth and praised her beauty. Weiss watched in silence and thought that Lily could call Kaya her first friend when they went down together. They arrived before a grand academy that rose high with proud walls and towering gates. The sight drew many eyes as people gathered and moved toward the entrance. The name of Nastasha Magic Academy carried deep honor as the most historic and respected magic school in the empire. The academy stood as a place of great magic education. Its teaching was known to be excellent, and students were accepted without regard to family background. Many who studied there gained skill, and later worked in the Ministry of Magic or other great places. It had raised many famous figures, including Professor Esmeralda. The most recent fame belonged to the youngest assistant to the Minister of Magic. Sieglinde walked forward with steady steps while the people around her began to whisper. They noticed her presence and spoke of her with surprise as they recognized her at once. Some questioned if she had been married, while others confirmed her identity through her cape. Sieglinde looked around and spoke of the attention gathering around them. Weiss noted that they were becoming the center of notice, while Sieglinde stood beside him in quiet discomfort. Kaya protested with frustration as she was not allowed to enter and complained that it was not fair. Her voice carried regret as she admitted she came too late. Lily looked around with wonder and called out to her mother as she noticed how many people filled the place. Weiss looked down and spoke with care as he told Lily not to let go of his hand. Lily gave a small, unsure response while holding on as they moved forward together. Voices spread through the crowd as people whispered that she had been called Mama and wondered if Sieglinde truly had a child. Some questioned if the child was an elf and spoke with curiosity. Others admired her and believed it must be difficult to balance such a demanding role while raising a daughter. More voices joined as they spoke of her past and claimed she had always been devoted to magic and already seemed like someone married. The crowd speculated that Weiss might be her husband and noted that he was not a face often seen in high society. She gave a quiet reaction while the whispers continued around them. Weiss looked toward Sieglinde and urged her to stay calm as they should head to the auditorium. They entered the auditorium as rows of seats stretched before them, and the stage stood prepared for the ceremony. The hall filled with voices as people settled into place and waited for the event to begin. Lily looked around with quiet wonder as soft sounds and whispers surrounded her. Lily looked around the auditorium with bright curiosity as her gaze moved from one side to another. Lily smiled with joy and let out a happy sound while enjoying the moment. She turned and noticed other children nearby and looked at them with interest. The children glanced back at her and shared small reactions as they became aware of each other. Weiss watched and spoke with a light tone as he explained that these children were her classmates. He expressed hope that they would become her friends while Lily listened and held on to that thought. Sieglinde explained gently that classmates were the friends Lily would study with from now on. She shared that both she and Weiss had once been classmates as well. Sieglinde looked around the hall and spoke with a soft smile, as she said it had been a long time since school and that it brought back memories. She turned to Weiss and asked if he felt the same. Weiss answered simply and admitted he did not remember much about his student days. He recalled only Professor Esmeralda's class as something that stayed in his mind. Weiss reflected quietly and admitted that aside from Sieglinde, he could not even remember the names of the others from his past. A woman approached with a gentle smile and greeted Weiss as she spoke of how long it had been since they last met. She noted that he had returned to the imperial capital and welcomed him with familiarity. Weiss looked at her and responded with a simple greeting while trying to place her presence. His reaction carried slight uncertainty as he faced her. The question of her identity rose as the woman looked on with curiosity. Sieglinde looked at the woman and spoke her name as Medici, that she had not seen her since last month. Medici responded with quiet surprise as she addressed Sieglinde by her title as deputy director. Medici looked at her with approval and spoke of how well she had been doing. She shared pride as a former classmate and acknowledged Sieglinde's growth. Sieglinde answered calmly and said it was nothing special, as she only carried out her daily duties. Sieglinde introduced the woman as Medici and explained that she came from the Florencia family, while noting that she and Weiss had been close in the past. Weiss looked at Medici and felt the weight of her presence as he recognized her strength. Medici smiled softly and remarked that Weiss had not changed at all. Weiss answered with light praise and told her that she remained as beautiful as ever. Lily stood nearby in her robe and drew attention with her gentle presence, while the moment carried a quiet shift in tone. A quiet thought followed, as the Florencia family was known for its deep influence within the Ministry of Magic and its support of political power. Weiss understood that this meeting would not be simple. Medici looked at them and spoke with quiet curiosity as she brought up a new question. She turned her attention to Weiss and asked if he had married Sieglinde. Medici continued and spoke of how she believed Weiss had been away from the imperial capital for a long time. Medici looked on with quiet focus and continued her questions as she pointed out that Lily was an elf. She asked them to explain the situation as her gaze remained sharp. Lily looked up without worry and listened as the adults spoke around her. Weiss stayed still while Sieglinde stood beside him in silence. A quiet thought formed as this moment became the first challenge they had to face together. Sieglinde stood in silence as the weight of the situation settled on her. It felt natural for others to grow suspicious since she had never shown interest in romance, yet now stood beside Weiss as if married. The truth remained hidden as she wished to become a mother for Lily, who was a rare high elf. That truth could not be revealed. A careful thought formed as she understood that a careless answer could harm her standing and bring doubt upon her character within the ministry. Rumors of a complicated family could spread and affect Lily's school life as well. The truth remained hidden as she wished to become a mother for Lily, who was a rare high elf. That truth could not be revealed. Weiss began to speak and admitted that he had always liked Sieglinde, even back when they were students. Sieglinde reacted with shock and could not accept what she had just heard. Her composure broke as the sudden confession struck her deeply. Medici listened in silence and watched them with a calm gaze as she took in his answer. Weiss turned slightly and urged Sieglinde to go along with it as he pushed her to accept the story. Weiss continued and spoke with strong emotion as he explained that when he returned to the imperial capital and met Sieglinde again, his feelings took over. He claimed that was how they ended up together, and that he had somehow managed to win her over. Medici listened and responded with quiet surprise as she asked if it was truly real. Weiss pressed forward and urged Sieglinde to agree with him. The tension grew as all eyes turned toward her and waited for her answer. Sieglinde suddenly raised her voice and declared with shock that Weiss liked her. Her words burst out without control as she stood in disbelief. The people around them turned their attention toward her as the noise spread through the hall. Sieglinde froze as she realized what she had done. Weiss looked at her with a quiet expression while she struggled to regain herself.
Lily lowered her head with an awkward smile. An apology escaped from her as she admitted she was sorry. Sieglinde looked at Lily with quiet curiosity. Lily turned toward Weiss and wondered whether he loved Mom. Her innocent question reached everyone nearby and drew their attention toward Weiss. Weiss answered without hesitation. His firm reply reached Lily while the people around them quietly listened. Sieglinde froze after hearing that answer. Weiss spread his arms with complete confidence and proudly declared that all his love belonged to Sieglinde. He pulled her close without the slightest hesitation as flower petals drifted through the air. Sieglinde completely lost the ability to think. The outrageous declaration struck harder than any spell she had ever faced. Lily gazed at Weiss with sparkling admiration. He happily realized that family was the most precious treasure in her dad's. That simple answer filled her with warm happiness. Lily joyfully called out family once again. The wonderful word rolled from her lips again and again as she skipped around with endless excitement. Medici let out a quiet sigh and decided that enough was enough. The relationship between Assistant Chief Sieglinde and Weiss was already obvious to everyone. There was no reason to continue discussing it when the ceremony was about to begin. Her attention quickly turned toward her daughter as she urged everyone to hurry. Weiss let out a quiet breath of relief. Everything had gone far better than expected because nobody had questioned Lily too deeply. Even the principal had only offered a few simple words before the moment quietly passed. Sieglinde remained standing without moving. The dreadful damage from that unexpected exchange refused to fade from her mind. Sieglinde slowly lowered herself onto a nearby seat. New students continued gathering for the ceremony, while her spirit seemed to sink lower with each passing moment. Every student and every guardian received instructions to move toward the classrooms as the next stage of the academy entrance finally began. Lily happily settled into her seat and looked around the classroom with bright curiosity. Another little girl quietly sat beside her. Weiss watched the classroom from outside with Medici and Sieglinde beside him. A quiet thought crossed his mind because there was no way Lily and Medici daughter had ended up in the same class. Lily suddenly noticed Weiss through the classroom door. Delight filled her face as she quickly turned toward him with an eager smile. She bounced with excitement and happily waved both hands toward him. She happily announced that Lily was right here, and her bright voice filled the classroom with innocent excitement. The parents around the classroom admired Lily with warm smiles. They found the little elf incredibly adorable. Her tiny figure looked so small beside the other children, and they quietly wondered whether she was really the same age as everyone else. Her silver-white hair also caught their attention because it was unlike any human child. Some even guessed that Lily might be Assistant Chief Sieglinde's daughter. A small glowing object suddenly floated into the air above the classroom. The strange light caught every child's attention, and puzzled voices quietly spread as everyone wondered what had just appeared. The glowing object burst apart in an instant. Countless beautiful flowers bloomed across the classroom as though a little piece of fairy magic had blossomed above their heads. The children looked up in delight as flower petals gently drifted around them. One cheerful voice cried out in surprise because the wonderful sight had appeared without warning. Lily laughed with pure delight as flower petals continued to fall around the classroom. A soft giggle escaped her while the other children reached toward the blossoms with cheerful excitement. The wonderful feeling returned after such a long time, and her heart happily embraced the joyful atmosphere filling the classroom. Steady footsteps echoed across the floor as someone approached the front of the classroom. The lively chatter slowly faded because every child turned toward the unexpected arrival. Esmeralda gently placed a thick book upon the desk before lifting her warm smile toward every student. She welcomed everyone to the academy with kind words and marked the true beginning of their new life as young magicians. Sieglinde looked toward the old woman with quiet confusion. She wondered why Esmeralda had appeared because teaching classes had never been part of her duties. Weiss also could not understand the situation, while Medici quietly questioned why Esmeralda had come. Lily suddenly recognized the familiar face standing before the classroom. Delight immediately spread across her face as she happily called out to Robe Grandma without the slightest hesitation. Esmeralda turned toward the cheerful voice at once. A warm smile appeared as she recognized Lily and happily greeted her by name. Lily joyfully answered that Lily was here. The unexpected reunion filled the classroom with surprise. Weiss hurriedly tried to stop the growing commotion and pleaded for Lily to be quiet. He pressed a hand against his forehead and let out a weary sigh. The lively reunion had already convinced him that before any lesson could begin, Lily would first need a special lesson in staying quiet. Esmeralda gently turned toward the classroom and welcomed everyone before introducing herself, and that she would be the homeroom teacher for this class. She welcomed them with sincere kindness and expressed how wonderful it was to meet them all as the first lesson at the academy officially began. Esmeralda looked across the guardians with a nostalgic smile. Familiar faces soon caught her attention, and she quietly admitted that several people gathered there were already known to her. A gentle laugh escaped Esmeralda as pleasant memories returned. Time truly flew without waiting for anyone, and the children she had once known had already become parents. The academy stood proudly beneath the open sky as a new chapter quietly unfolded. Her school life finally began, and another wonderful adventure awaited her beyond those grand gates. Lily rested peacefully on Weiss's back, while gentle sleep carried her away. Kaya watched the little girl with a soft smile, and quietly remarked that Lily was sleeping soundly. Weiss smiled because the unfamiliar surroundings had finally worn Lily out. Lily continued sleeping without stirring. Weiss looked at her with quiet affection and admitted that Lily had done her very best in her own way. He gently brought the conversation back to work and asked whether Zieglein still wanted to continue playing the role of Lily's mom. The peaceful street welcomed them home as the day slowly came to an end. Weiss raised his hand with firm determination and immediately decided that Lily needed to change clothes. Lily remained half asleep while gently lifting her arms. She obediently let the academy robe slip away without offering the slightest resistance because sleep still held her tightly. He gave the order without hesitation and declared that it was time to remove her robe. Sieglin stared in complete confusion and could only wonder what was happening. Weiss calmly continued giving instructions and called for Kaya to prepare Lily's pajamas at once. Kaya happily accepted the task while a warm smile quietly spread across her face. Lily remained fast asleep while slowly raising her left arm. Weiss hurriedly called for a moment of patience because he still needed to remove the robe. She quickly decided that using magic would make everything much easier. Zieglein insisted that Weiss should change Lily's clothes instead because that would be much better. Weiss was far more skilled with practical magic than she was. She could not risk hurting precious Lily, but Weiss had never changed a child's clothes before. Weiss looked at Zieglein without the slightest change in expression. He quietly reminded her that she wanted to become Lily's mom. The simple question left Zieglein with no answer. This was what being a parent was all about. Weiss quietly reminded Zieglein that giving up was never an answer. Zieglein could not accept that answer at first and stood speechless while thinking through his words. A moment later her hesitation disappeared as determination filled her heart. She declared that she would do it and promised to show Weiss that she could. Lily continued sleeping peacefully with pajamas. Her gentle breathing never changed as she rested comfortably through the entire ordeal. Zieglein finally finished changing Lily's clothes and proudly admitted that she had done it. Kaya reminded everyone that taking care of a child was never easy. Hunger had finally caught up with her, and she confessed that she was starving. Weiss and Sieglin looked at her with surprise. Kaya lowered her head and admitted that she had not eaten anything all day. Weiss smiled and quickly made a decision. He suggested that everyone go out for a meal. Kaya happily agreed, and the group prepared to leave together. A warm meal soon filled the table. After a long day, everyone finally sat down together and enjoyed dinner. Weiss placed a bottle on the table with a smile. He had been saving it for this day because he wanted to share a drink with Zieglein. Zieglein quietly reminded him not to expect too much because it was Weiss's father's favorite drink and not hers. Everyone raised their glasses together and celebrated with a cheerful toast. Their glasses gently touched as the warm dinner became even more lively. Weiss took a sip and immediately reacted with surprise. Kaya and Zieglein also tasted the drink while enjoying the unexpected flavor together. Weiss took another sip and could not hide his excitement. The drink burst with the rich taste of fresh fruit. Sweetness blended with a refreshing finish that lingered pleasantly in his throat. He declared that it was unbelievably delicious. Kaya happily shared his excitement, while Zieglein quietly smiled at their reactions. The wonderful meal slowly came to an end as the table grew quiet. The empty dishes and bottle showed that everyone had enjoyed dinner together. Kaya soon fell asleep beneath a warm blanket with a peaceful smile. Zieglein quietly held her glass while the warmth of the drink slowly spread through her body. A faint blush appeared on her face as the strong drink began to take effect. Weiss noticed the change and gently asked whether Zieglein was feeling all right. Zieglein softly admitted that she was fine. Weiss explained that she rarely drank alcohol, and this drink was much stronger than she had expected. Zieglein quietly confirmed that he was right. Zieglein lowered her gaze and softly called out to Weiss. After a brief silence, she gathered her courage and quietly asked whether she had truly managed to be Lily's mom today. She also wondered whether she had caused any trouble. Weiss gently reassured Sieglind that she had not caused any trouble at all. Lily had genuinely enjoyed spending the day with her. More than anything, Weiss felt grateful for everything Sieglind had done. Sieglind quietly looked at Weiss and accepted his words. A soft reply escaped her lips as she finally understood how he truly felt. Weiss silently lifted his glass and took another sip. No more words followed because the quiet moment spoke clearly enough for both of them. Sieglind quietly lowered her head and reflected on Lily. She was still growing up and had worked so hard to be considerate of everyone around her. Those thoughts slowly filled Weiss' heart. Sieglind immediately grew flustered under his gaze and quickly told Weiss not to stare at her like that. Weiss could only respond with confused surprise. Sieglind suddenly leaned across the table and called out to Weiss with unexpected force. She demanded to know what in the world he had been trying to do yesterday and again today. The sudden question left Weiss completely stunned. Sieglind stammered that thing was that thing. Sieglind declared that more booze was needed. Laughter burst out as Sieglind laughed and admitted defeat. Weiss was caught off guard and cried out in surprise while reaching towards Sieglind. Weiss asked whether Sieglind was seriously all right. Sieglind insisted that everything was fine. Sieglind grabbed the bottle and drank directly from it. Weiss could only call out to Sieglind while watching in shock. The wine glass slipped from Weiss's hand as the unexpected scene unfolded. Sieglind gathered her courage and declared that there was something that had always been waiting to be told to Weiss. Weiss answered with a quiet yes. He paused in confusion while realizing that she was truly furious. Weiss realized that she became a terrible drunk. Weiss hurried to stop her before another word escaped. She ignored the warning and continued drinking without hesitation. She declared that today would finally be the day to say it. She let out a small breath followed by a hiccup. Weiss answered when Sieglind called his name. He quietly replied yes. He already sensed trouble and could only think that this was bad. Sieglind declared that Weiss was a complete idiot. She admitted that many things came to mind. He believed she kept taking advantage of how close they were. She accused Weiss of leaving without saying anything. She accused Weiss of leaving without even writing a letter. Sieglind confessed that the truth was simply impossible to accept. She declared that Weiss could never be forgiven. Weiss fell silent while listening to every word. The weight of Sieglind's confession left Weiss without an answer. Sieglind rested on the table while holding her glass. The drink finally overcame Sieglind and sleep quietly claimed her. Weiss watched Sieglind in silence before deciding to take her home. Sieglind refused and insisted on sleeping there instead. Weiss accepted that the place belonged to the Floyd family, so there was no need to worry. A tired groan escaped from Sieglind as sleep pulled her deeper. Weiss looked around the room and realized the entrance ceremony had turned into a complete mess. Kaya slept soundly on the sofa while Sieglind remained asleep at the table. The quiet room reflected the complete mess that followed the entrance ceremony. Lily smiled gently in her sleep. Peaceful dreams embraced her as the long and eventful day finally came to a gentle end. Next day, Sieglind suddenly remembered work and hurried to get up. Kaya looked at Sieglind in surprise as the word work echoed through the room. She admitted that her head was killing her. Weiss asked whether Sieglind was all right. He reminded Kaya that Lily had school today and Kaya would head out as well. Lily softly called for Dad and greeted the morning. He noticed Lily was awake and told her to wash her face and get dressed. The morning quietly began as breakfast waited on the table. Lily threw both arms into the air with delight and celebrated with a joyful cheer. Weiss quietly watched Lily as her excitement filled the room. Lily happily called for Dad and excitedly announced that it was school time and class time. Weiss smiled and noticed that she was completely awake now. He remarked that she was truly excited. Weiss carefully carried the freshly baked bread from the oven and prepared it for breakfast. Lily watched with sparkling excitement and happily cheered with a joyful wow. She breathed in the delicious aroma and happily declared that everything smelled so good. Weiss happily announced that breakfast was ready. Lily eagerly declared that she would help too. She proudly carried the basket of bread with a bright smile while following him. Weiss prepared the meal and welcomed Lily to the table for breakfast. She happily raised both hands. He decided to fill the ham sandwich with vegetables because vegetables were important. Lily protested that she did not need vegetables. Weiss handed the bread to her and reminded her that this was the bread that helped her become a great mage. Lily happily took the first bite and enjoyed the fresh bread with complete delight. She eagerly held the bread with both hands while Kumatin hurried after her. Kumatin eagerly buried into the bowl and enjoyed the meal with great enthusiasm, while Lily quietly watched every bite with curious interest. She happily took another big bite of the bread and enjoyed every mouthful with complete satisfaction, while Weiss quietly watched her with a gentle smile. Lily happily enjoyed the meal and found it delicious. Weiss praised Lily with a good job while admiring that she truly had the making of a great mage. Lily happily accepted the praise with a cheerful laugh. The grand house quietly stood beneath the open sky as the peaceful morning continued. Weiss wondered whether Lily was sure about going by herself and offered to walk her there. She proudly insisted that she was fine and that she could do it alone. She happily waved with a bright smile and cheerfully bid Weiss farewell before heading off. Weiss smiled as Weiss reminded her to be careful out there. Lily happily answered with an excited okay and ran ahead. Weiss quietly accepted the farewell with an all right and decided to head back home. Another thought followed as he simply acknowledged it with a quiet yeah right. He knew anything could happen to her while walking around defenseless. He also doubted she even remembered the way to school since Lily admitted not remembering it. Letting her go alone was completely out of the question. He decided to do it for the first time in a while. Weiss activated S-rank magic called invisibility. He knew it was an advanced spell that only a spell master or someone promised a high-ranking position in the Ministry of Magic as an intelligence officer could use. He decided to suppress his presence at the same time, so even a first-rate mage would not easily notice him. He also thought it might as well be a good chance to check whether Professor Esmeralda had become rusty. Lily happily skipped along the road while singing La 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 and swinging a long branch with carefree joy. Weiss quietly followed behind while watching her in silence. He reminded her to stay sharp and silently hoped Lily would remain safe. Weiss believed the streets were full of danger. He imagined Lily surrounded by terrifying monsters and countless threats. That was the world through his perspective. Lily suddenly stopped and looked around with quiet curiosity before letting out a confused sound. Lily politely asked woman where the school was. A kind woman warmly wondered whether she was a new student and asked where her mother and father were and whether she had come alone. Lily proudly answered that Lily was on an adventure. The kind woman gave directions and explained that the school was that way and to turn left. Lily happily thanked the woman. Weiss silently reminded himself that she should never talk to strangers because some people were tricksters. He decided to teach her about that after getting back. He smiled with pride after seeing her use honorifics correctly and praised her for doing a good job. He still felt there was something else to think about. Lily happily walked along the road while humming a cheerful tune. Weiss quietly followed behind and watched over her without being noticed. She suddenly stopped walking and turned around after sensing something strange. She gazed slowly fell toward a pair of familiar shoes. She softly called out to Dad, then fell silent. Surprise filled her face as she stared ahead in complete confusion. Lily softly called out Papa once again while looking toward the familiar presence with hopeful eyes. Weiss froze in silence as surprise filled Weiss' face after hearing Lily call him. Lily looked around in confusion and softly called Papa again while wondering where Papa had gone. Lily tilted her head and quietly wondered with a soft sound while searching for the presence that had just brushed past. Weiss watched Lily in silence while Lily wondered whether everything had only been imagination and slowly accepted that Papa was not there. He remained hidden beneath the advanced invisibility spell that was normally used for dangerous missions such as espionage in foreign nations. He knew that no matter how much mana she possessed, Lily could barely use magic at all. He believed she technically should not have been able to see through the spell. Weiss wondered how Lily had noticed the hidden presence and considered whether that perception came from the unique mana perception of high elves. He became filled with pride for Lily and praised Lily as truly incredible. Weiss admired such amazing talent with growing amazement. Lily continued walking toward the school while innocent curiosity remained across the small face. 2 guards stepped forward before her could pass, and she politely excused the interruption. He quietly resisted the urge to object and accepted that Lily did not have to say that. The guard greeted Lily with a bright good morning and admired the cool stick Lily carried. The guard wondered whether the staff might even be a legendary sword. Lily quietly admitted that she did not know. The guard admired the staff and remarked that it looked so cool and must have been some kind of special sword. Lily happily accepted the praise and reacted with delighted surprise after hearing that it really could be seen that way. The guard answered that it probably was, and reminded her to be careful because even though the staff was powerful, she should not let the sword hurt anyone. She happily agreed with an energetic okay and continued onward. Weiss watched from a distance and concluded that the gate guard was truly a good guard because the guard was wonderful with children. Lily stepped through the school gate with quiet excitement, while another child noticed the arrival and watched with curious interest. She continued walking deeper into the school while passing many students. The grand school building stood proudly ahead as everyone moved toward the classrooms. She happily greeted another student with a cheerful good morning and received a warm morning greeting in return. Esmeralda welcomed everyone with a kind good morning, and the classroom answered together with a loud good morning. Esmeralda smiled warmly and felt happy to see everyone so energetic. She admitted that teaching younger students again after decades brought back many precious memories. She announced that everyone would begin with self-introductions. She admitted that old age made remembering every name difficult, but wished to learn them all anyway. Esmeralda noticed Weiss and quietly wondered what the heck that guy was trying to pull while the Weiss answered with a confident smile. Esmeralda quietly used an S-class spell for school observation day and wondered whether Weiss honestly believed that hidden presence would go unnoticed. She announced that the introductions would begin with the student in the front seat. Mateo Turner introduced himself and shared the dream of becoming a cool wizard after growing up. Sophia Klein introduced herself and happily revealed that favorite food was apple pie. Noah Bertram introduced himself and revealed the goal of joining the Ministry of Magic. Esmeralda quietly reflected that perhaps remembering every name would not be so difficult after all. Weiss realized that every student in the classroom had been carefully chosen because every name had been easy to remember. In the past, the selected students watched the classroom with eager smiles while Weiss quietly observed the remarkable group. Everyone had always believed that Sieglinde was in love with Weiss. Weiss never seemed to notice those feelings and disappeared after graduation. Looking back now, the thought of Weiss and Sieglinde becoming a couple felt strangely unbelievable. Weiss quietly suspected that perhaps the marriage had only been a staged arrangement. Esmeralda wondered whether Sieglinde would finally receive the happy ending that had always been deserved. She thanked the student for the introduction and invited the next student to come forward. She eagerly raised a hand and happily answered that she was here. She introduced herself as she with a shy pause while trying to remember the family name. Weiss quietly realized that she still remembered that name. She proudly revealed that the dream was to become a proper wizard after growing up. She happily declared that dream also included helping Papa. Esmeralda warmly thanked Lily for the introduction and invited the next student to come forward. Weiss suddenly broke into tears as Lily's heartfelt dream echoed through his heart. The question of why Weiss was crying quietly spread through the room because nobody believed this was the proper place for such overwhelming emotions. Esmeralda quietly questioned what Weiss had truly been trying to accomplish by secretly entering the classroom. Weiss happily admitted that Esmeralda had recognized him at once. She proudly reminded him that such a result had been obvious because nobody could fool Esmeralda. She admitted that using an S-class spell only to watch a classroom had turned him into an unconventional parent whose devotion had gone completely out of control. Weiss accepted that such doting behavior deserved criticism and could never be allowed to pass without objection. Weiss admitted that the visit had only been meant to see whether Esmeralda had grown rusty. He admitted that no such concern remained because Esmeralda had not become rusty at all. She reminded Weiss that old age had never reached the point of needing former students to worry. She assured him that Lily remained under careful watch and encouraged Weiss to relax because that child had already been covered. Weiss wondered if Esmeralda had come back to teaching because of that reason. She reminded Weiss that being a legendary high elf meant Lily could not simply be left to some fresh-faced newbie. Weiss thanked Esmeralda before quietly walking away. Esmeralda admitted that giving Lily such a maverick teacher had become a double-edged sword because nobody could deny that Weiss was more than qualified for the role. She entrusted Weiss with making Lily work hard so Lily could protect herself. She believed that a child born from Weiss and Sieglinde would surely grow into someone intelligent. Weiss admitted that Lily was not related by blood and accepted that fact without hesitation. She called Weiss by name and reminded Weiss to pay more attention to Sieglinde because marriage had already made Zieglein the closest person beside Weiss. Esmeralda admitted that Zieglein had only been playing the role of Lily's mother because Zieglein had become interested in the High Elves, and the situation had never been as simple as it appeared. Weiss remained silent as the image of Lily walking happily while holding hands with Weiss and Zieglein quietly filled his thoughts. He answered with silence because no words came to mind. Weiss admitted that the matter deserved more thought and decided to think about it later. He announced that the visit had ended because it was already time to head home. Esmeralda called out to Weiss before leaving. Esmeralda wondered whether he truly intended to leave without staying to watch the measurement. Weiss admitted that magical affinity had never been a subject of curiosity. He agreed that watching would be possible if Esmeralda insisted. Esmeralda laughed and admitted that Weiss truly remained a doting parent after all. The 5 great elemental affinities consisted of fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. Every mage could learn all 5 elemental magics through training, but natural affinity helped develop the strongest field. Most mages possessed an affinity for only one of those elements. Special elemental affinities such as light and dark also existed, but remained extremely rare. Light and dark magic could not be used without the proper affinity, unlike the 5 great elements. People blessed with light affinity could perform healing magic, and often found work in the medical field. Weiss quietly admitted that people born with dual affinities were extremely rare, and Weiss had only ever known one person. Esmeralda presented a magic-sensing crystal and invited everyone to take a look. Lily admired the crystal with amazement and found it so pretty, while everyone shared the same sense of wonder at the beautiful sight. Esmeralda explained that the object was called a magic-sensing crystal. She instructed every student to place a hand over it because the crystal would reveal the nature of each person's magic. Esmeralda invited the next student to take a look. The color of the magic-sensing crystal changed and became light green while everyone observed the result with great interest. Esmeralda revealed that the child possessed an affinity for yellow lightning and green wind. Weiss quietly admitted that the result came as a surprising discovery because sensing 2 elements was unusual. Esmeralda explained that most mages possessed an affinity for only one of the 5 great elements. She revealed that only one person in about 1,000 possessed 2 affinities. She continued that only one person in tens of thousands possessed 3 affinities. She admitted that the child might become one of those rare individuals. Esmeralda instructed everyone to line up in order. She reminded every student to hold a hand over the crystal one at a time. She encouraged everyone to take time and avoid rushing. Mateo placed a hand on the crystal and watched the color turn red. Mateo happily recognized the red color, while another student believed Mateo would become skilled with fire magic. Esmeralda confirmed that the color represented water. Rain stepped forward when Esmeralda announced that the next student was ready. Rain gently placed a hand on the crystal and watched a light shine from within. Esmeralda explained that yellow represented lightning affinity. Esmeralda added that such an affinity was a sharp light type and usually produced excellent focus magic. Rain happily realized that the result matched Esmeralda because both possessed lightning affinity. Rain politely asked Esmeralda to teach many things because the desire to learn had already filled every thought. The nearby students watched Rain with admiration as the request left a cheerful impression. Esmeralda announced that Lily would be the next student. Lily happily stepped forward toward the front with eager little steps while preparing for the turn. She excitedly realized that the next turn belonged to she and eagerly hurried forward with bright anticipation. Esmeralda quietly called Lily forward. Weiss silently prayed that Lily would not awaken the same affinity as his own while Esmeralda answered with a knowing smile. Weiss remained silent while Lily happily placed both hands on the crystal. She cheerfully presented both little hands before suddenly laughing because the crystal felt ticklish. A strange darkness suddenly spread across the crystal as Lily looked on in confusion. The unexpected sight made Lily uneasy while the classroom fell into stunned silence. The students became frightened as the crystal turned pitch black. Everyone wondered what was happening while anxious voices called for Esmeralda. The crystal continued to change as an overwhelming power gathered within the dark surface. A brilliant light suddenly burst from the crystal as the strange reaction reached its peak. A blinding flash erupted from the crystal and filled the entire classroom with radiant light. The students cried out in shock because the light was far too bright, while Esmeralda watched the impossible phenomenon unfold. The crystal continued to shine with a dazzling radiance as Lily stared at it in silent wonder. Weiss could only watch without a word as the unbelievable result appeared before everyone. The crystal revealed a pure white light. Esmeralda revealed that Lily possessed the light affinity. She curiously asked whether the color meant light magic and wondered if that power could help Papa. Esmeralda assured her that helping Papa would certainly be possible. She happily celebrated the discovery because she had become a light mage. Joy filled the classroom as she proudly cheered. The students watched her with amazed smiles as the surprising result became the center of attention. Weiss remained silent while quietly watching her with deep thoughts. Weiss finally understood the meaning behind the strange reaction. Before the crystal shone with white light, the magic-sensing crystal had absorbed every trace of light and had been completely swallowed by darkness. He realized that the same phenomenon had once happened to him. He remembered an old line written inside a magic book that had been read long ago. The words declared that every high elf carried mastery over every single form of magic in the world. Weiss recalled that unlike the 5 great elemental magics, any mage could use the special elements could never be used without the proper affinity. Weiss understood what that truth meant because a high elf was a being who possessed the affinity for both special elements. Lily happily smiled without realizing the extraordinary meaning behind the result. She possessed the affinity for both light and dark. After school, Lily returned home and greeted everyone with cheerful excitement. Weiss welcomed Lily back and asked how school had been while Kumatin waited nearby. She happily rushed toward Kumatin and proudly revealed that she had apparently become a light magic user. Weiss found the news amazing because light magic was a rare magic that even Lily Dad could not use. Lily laughed with delight because Lily had been the only one in the class. Lily happily talked about how cool the rock had looked because it sparkled and shone in many different colors. Weiss wished the same thing had happened and felt happy for her. She joyfully danced with Kumatin while happily calling out light again and again. Weiss watched the cheerful scene and realized she must have been truly happy. The peaceful night passed while Lily happily played with Kumatin on the bed and Weiss watched with a warm smile. Weiss asked whether she had made any friends. She thought the teacher had become a friend. Weiss explained that friends were people who played together and talked together. Lily admitted that the teacher was not a friend because she had not made friends with any of the other children in the class. She suddenly remembered something and happily revealed that she had given away her swords. She admitted that she did not know the other child's name. Weiss asked whether Lily had really owned a sword. She explained that the sword had been found that morning. She explained that someone had asked for the sword, and although she had wanted to keep it, she still gave it away. Weiss praised Lily for giving away a cherished sword and believed she would surely make many friends very soon. She happily hugged Weiss and laughed with delight while enjoying the warm praise. Weiss gently asked whether Lily was sweet. She happily answered that she was super sweet. She softly called her dad and believed she would become the kindest magic user. Weiss quietly accepted the truth with a soft, yet while a silent promise settled firmly in his heart. Weiss gently tucked her into bed and believed she could become the kindest magic user in the world. Weiss also vowed to make sure she would never become a bad magic user. He accepted that a small problem had appeared and believed solving that problem was the duty of a parent. Back then, Weiss admitted that a feeling had already existed. The magic texts had stated that true high elves could use every magic. Lily possessing an aptitude for both light and dark magic made perfect sense. Weiss remained silent while Esmeralda listened beside him. Esmeralda believed there was no problem. No one at the school could teach dark magic. Even with the aptitude, Lily could not use that magic unless someone taught it. He believed Lily would never realize an aptitude for dark magic unless someone taught it. He answered with silence while quietly listening to every word. Esmeralda reminded Weiss that dark magic could only be used if someone chose to teach it. She called Weiss by name and asked how much Weiss knew about dark magic. Esmeralda declared that trying to deceive her was pointless because Weiss' magic was severely clouded. She recognized that clouded magic as the sign of someone who had used dark magic. Weiss admitted that Esmeralda had seen through everything once again because nothing could ever be hidden from the teacher. Esmeralda dismissed the praise and told Weiss to stop trying to flatter her. She called Weiss by name and urged Weiss to listen carefully. She refused to ask how Weiss had learned dark magic. She reminded Weiss that dark magic users were shunned throughout the country and firmly warned that Weiss must never teach dark magic to Lily. Weiss told her not to worry, because all he wanted was a peaceful life. He announced that it was time to leave and asked her to take care of Lily. She remained silent while watching Weiss walk away. Weiss walked through the quiet street, while thoughts lingered without rest. He accepted that Lily was the survivor of a rare race. He had enrolled her in the magic school because protecting herself had always been the greatest wish. He understood that danger would always follow Lily wherever her path led. He recalled the silent prayer that wished Lily could live a life unlike his own. He now knew her possessed an aptitude for dark key. Weiss accepted that only one path remained before them. He reached a firm conclusion that living in peace demanded strength. He accepted that power was needed. Eventually, Weiss resolved that Lily would learn dark magic from him. He also swore that Lily would never become an evil magic user. Lily slept peacefully beside Kumatin while dreaming that becoming the kindest magic user was the future waiting ahead. Weiss watched her with a gentle smile and decided there was no reason to worry about her. He made a solemn vow that he would become the one who ended the dark history of every dark magic user. The next day, the crowded streets overflowed with Weiss, even though it was only a weekday. Weiss looked around at the bustling scene while silent surprise crossed his face. Sieglinde remained quiet as uneasiness slowly appeared across her expression. Sieglinde struggled to find the words and quietly wondered where this date was supposed to lead. Weiss admitted that the date had slipped from his thoughts and confessed that no plans had been prepared. Since Lily had entered the academy, Sieglinde had continued caring for Lily as her mother. Even though the arrangement existed only for appearances, they had almost become a real family. Weiss admitted that Sieglinde had never objected even after volunteering to become Lily's mother. He judged from her reaction that romance remained a mystery to her, that he understood that being treated as the wife of a man without affection should have felt unpleasant. He realized those thoughts had become a quiet torment within her heart, that he admitted that true feelings had never been heard before, that he questioned whether becoming Lily's mother was truly the desire hidden within her heart, that he wondered whether he saw her as his wife or as part of his family, that he decided they needed to confirm that both hearts were finally moving in the same direction today. Weiss quietly accepted those words with a brief acknowledgement. Weiss noticed the familiar bookstore and remembered following Sieglinde there many years ago. Weiss suggested going inside because the place brought back old memories. Sieglinde quietly reminded Weiss that every visit had once left him looking completely bored. At the time, Sieglinde stood among the shelves with complete focus as every page drew deeper attention. Weiss wondered why she never bought the books that captured such interest, because money had never been a problem. He quietly watched her become completely absorbed in another book. Sieglinde quietly murmured that she understood. Weiss realized Sieglinde was not even listening anymore. Weiss remembered that whenever Sieglinde opened a book for the second time, she became completely absorbed and forgot that Weiss even existed. Sieglinde continued reading without the slightest awareness of Weiss beside her. Weiss realized Sieglinde still had not noticed a single thing. Weiss quietly accepted the situation and stepped closer. Even then, Sieglinde remained completely absorbed in the book and never noticed Weiss at all. Sieglinde finally noticed Weiss standing so close and jolted back in complete surprise. Weiss only answered with silent surprise as both of them froze for a brief moment. Sieglinde wondered what had just happened. Weiss could only think that the situation had to be a joke, while Sieglinde still held the book without understanding anything. Weiss realized this was exactly why everyone at school believed Sieglinde was an unapproachable bookworm. She remained completely absorbed in books without realizing how distant she appeared. Weiss realized Sieglinde actually had a really pretty face. He quietly thought it was such a waste that almost nobody ever noticed it. Weiss remembered that Medici was the most popular girl at school. He recalled that Medici had confessed before, and that confession had been turned down. He believed Sieglinde was much cuter than Medici. Weiss realized nobody else noticed Sieglinde's potential. Weiss believed that if Sieglinde removed the large glasses hiding her face and abandoned those ordinary braids, every boy at the academy would be drawn to her. Sieglinde suddenly noticed Weiss staring directly at her. Both of them remained frozen while their gazes met without a word. Weiss quietly tried to get Sieglinde's attention. She finally reacted with surprise and quickly looked up from the book. The old man happily recognized Sieglinde at once and welcomed her with great excitement. Sieglinde accepted that greeting with surprise. She admitted that too much time had passed since the last visit and apologized for not stopping by. The old man assured her that no apology was needed because an old man like him simply had too much free time. The old man wondered if Weiss was someone familiar. Weiss could not recognize the old man at all. The old man reminded him that they had met many times before. He finally remembered the old man and happily admitted that the memory had returned. The old man responded with cheerful delight. The old man happily remembered that Weiss was the boy who used to come with Sieglinde all the time. Sieglinde froze in complete surprise as that memory was brought up. The old man wondered if Weiss was her boyfriend because both of them were still together after all this time. She immediately denied that assumption. Weiss explained that boyfriend was not the right answer because he was her husband. She declared that they were married. The old man happily celebrated the news and declared that it was wonderful. The old man felt so happy for her. Weiss quietly wondered if she was happy as well. She suddenly rushed toward the exit and declared that Weiss was leaving with her immediately. She insisted that both of them would take their leave at once. Weiss watched her in confusion and wondered what had happened to her. The old man called him by name and addressed Weiss as young man. Weiss turned back in surprise and wondered what the old man meant. The old man stopped Weiss and warned Weiss not to make Sieglinde cry. He declared that Sieglinde was the best customer and a truly wonderful girl. Weiss answered that husbands and wives were supposed to support each other through life and believed that was only natural. The old man called Weiss over and offered wise words that would be useful someday. Sieglinde impatiently called for Weiss and urged Weiss to hurry. Weiss told the old man that another visit would probably happen again before leaving with a smile. Sieglinde hurried ahead through the crowd while trying to calm the storm inside her heart. She wondered if Weiss even understood the meaning behind those words. Weiss spoke about dating and marriage so easily. He had no idea how she truly felt, yet Weiss kept leading her on without realizing it. A family passed by while holding hands, and the sight remained in her thoughts. She realized that a real husband and wife were supposed to be in love. She accepted that their family was only a temporary one. If hatred existed, then Weiss would never have stayed beside her for those many years without a single complaint. She accepted that they were only friends and believed Weiss did not have any romantic feelings for her at all. She had known Weiss for more than 10 years and understood that Weiss did not hate her. She suddenly heard someone crying for help. The desperate voice reached her before anyone else, and she immediately turned toward the sound. Weiss also noticed the cry and looked in the same direction. Sieglinde caught another call for help and immediately rushed toward the disturbance without any hesitation. Sieglinde demanded to know what had happened while running toward the source of the commotion. Weiss quickly called out for Sieglinde and urged her to wait. Weiss forced a path through the crowded street and pushed past the heavy cart while searching for Sieglinde. Weiss finally caught sight of the people ahead and cursed under his breath after realizing the situation. Weiss accepted that there was no other choice. Weiss immediately changed direction and leaped forward to reach the scene as quickly as possible. Weiss activated dark magic and opened a magic book. Dark power gathered around the pages as the spell was unleashed. He strengthened his body with physical boost and released the enhancement without hesitation. He landed nearby after using the spell. Weiss fixed his attention on the danger ahead and prepared to confront the threat that he launched forward with physical boost and chased the fleeing target. The reflection in his eye revealed every movement as he prepared for the next attack. He realized Sieglinde had already disappeared. He searched the crowd in frustration and could not understand where she had gone. Weiss believed she was only a sheltered young lady and could never handle a real fight alone. He desperately pleaded for Sieglinde not to charge in alone. He continued rushing forward while hoping Sieglinde would stay safe until Weiss reached the scene. Sieglinde followed the trail without slowing down. She hurried through the narrow alley while searching for the source of the disturbance. She found a frightened woman being restrained. The attacker ordered the woman to stay quiet and remain still because bruises would make no one want to buy her. The woman struggled and begged to be released. The kidnapper noticed the ropes had already come loose and stared in disbelief. He wondered how the ropes had become so loose already while the frightened little elf girl begged for help. Sieglinde immediately realized kidnappers were responsible. The kidnappers stared at Sieglinde and demanded to know who stood before them. The woman could only watch in shock. Sieglinde stepped forward and revealed membership in the Ministry of Magic. Sieglinde ordered him to release the woman because human trafficking was a felony. He immediately changed the plan after realizing a government official had appeared in such a remote place. He grabbed the little elf girl and pressed a knife against her while the terrified child cried out in fear. The kidnapper warned Sieglinde to stay back and not take another step. He threatened that anything happening to the hostage would become Sieglinde's responsibility. The kidnapper ordered Sieglinde to drop the wand immediately. The hostage groaned in fear while the blade remained pressed against her neck. Sieglinde cursed under her breath while searching for a way to save the hostage without using magic. She decided to keep talking until an opening appeared. She believed that opening would allow the wand to be used. The hostage suddenly warned Sieglinde that someone stood behind her. Sieglinde reacted with shock and quickly turned toward the warning. Massive Bear charged into the alley with overwhelming force while carrying a young woman on its back. Sieglinde froze in disbelief and questioned who had arrived. The bear asked why the partner had taken so long. She let out a strained sound while warning that there were two enemies. The warning reached everyone as the tension in the alley rose even higher. The kidnappers quickly judged the situation. He dismissed the young woman as nothing more than a government official who had come to arrest them. He believed the young woman looked valuable enough to sell for a high price. A confused voice questioned what kind of plan a government official could have. The kidnapper declared that the answer was already known. The bear bared its fangs while staring straight at the kidnapper without the slightest fear. The kidnapper looked at the blade and dismissed the situation as a complete waste. He believed Sieglinde had invited disaster by coming alone. Sieglinde stared at the blade in stunned silence while the kidnapper claimed that coming alone had brought this outcome. The kidnapper rested the blade against the bear and remarked that the capital had become a dangerous place lately. The bear remained completely unfazed while Sieglinde let out a shaken breath. Sieglinde accepted that this might be the end. She regretted never telling Weiss how those true feelings had always remained in her heart. She believed everything would have been different if those feelings had been spoken before this day. She remembered Weiss smiling warmly while holding Lily in his arms. Lily happily waved with a bright smile beside him. The kidnapper coldly bid farewell while the blade closed in. She could only stare ahead as despair whispered that nothing remained. She refused to accept that everything would end there. She believed the end had not come yet because unfinished feelings still remained. Those thoughts became a desperate cry that reached only for Weiss. She cried out in pain as the blade came close enough to wound her. The attack forced a pained cry from her while danger closed in without mercy. Weiss burst onto the scene with explosive force and struck the bear before another attack could reach her. The bear crashed to the ground after Weiss struck with overwhelming force. Sieglinde watched in disbelief as the sudden reversal unfolded before her. A familiar voice answered that the call had been heard. Sieglinde looked up in surprise as hope returned before her. Weiss landed between Sieglinde and the enemies with unwavering resolve. Sieglinde called Weiss by name as relief washed over her, while Weiss faced every threat without hesitation. Sieglinde remarked that Weiss had arrived with surprising speed and questioned whether Weiss had flown to reach her so quickly. The kidnapper demanded to know who Weiss was. Weiss casually accepted the question and remarked that people usually called Weiss by only one name. Weiss declared that name without hesitation. Weiss introduced himself as a villain. The kidnapper fell into stunned silence as the bold answer echoed through the alley. The kidnapper threatened that any attempt to interfere would bring harm to the hostage. The frightened hostage let out a terrified cry while the threat filled the alley with deadly tension. Weiss accepted the threat without hesitation. He warned that the second the kidnapper killed the hostage would become the second Weiss killed the kidnapper. He invited the kidnapper to go ahead and try. Sieglinde called out to Weiss with growing worry. He stopped Sieglinde with a firm command and ordered her to stay quiet. Weiss questioned what was wrong. He declared that Weiss could not care less what happened to her. Sieglinde fell silent as those words reached her. The kidnapper started to shout before the words broke apart. He roared "Damn it all!" and rushed straight toward Weiss with reckless fury. The desperate charge continued as the attack closed in on Weiss. Weiss slipped past the attack with flawless speed and struck the kidnapper before the blow could land. The kidnapper froze in shock as Weiss closed the distance in an instant. He cursed with a loud shout as Weiss continued the assault without leaving any opening. Weiss ordered the little girl to keep still while every movement stayed precise to protect her. Weiss struck the kidnapper with overwhelming speed and forced the knife from the kidnapper's hand. The kidnapper stared in disbelief as the weapon flew out of reach. The knife spun through the air while the kidnapper realized the weapon was gone. Despair replaced confidence as defeat became impossible to deny. Weiss looked at the kidnapper without hesitation and urged the kidnapper to give it up. The kidnapper raised both hands and admitted defeat. He understood the situation and asked whether Weiss belonged to some kind of organization. He asked for a chance to talk and hoped Weiss would let the kidnapper leave. Weiss quietly considered the offer while Sieglinde watched in silence. He gave only a brief well before deciding nothing else. The kidnapper suddenly abandoned the surrender. He drew out a hidden hatchet and lunged at Weiss with a furious cry to die. Weiss caught the kidnapper's wrist before the hidden attack could reach the target. The kidnapper could only stare in disbelief as the strike came to a complete stop. He looked at Weiss in shock and could only wonder why Weiss used that hand. Confusion replaced confidence as the failed attack left the kidnapper speechless. Weiss let out a quiet laugh and warned him to better watch his back. Weiss crushed the hidden weapon with a single grip. Shattered fragments scattered through the air as the trap lost every chance of succeeding. Weiss laughed without fear and declared that the imperial capital had been getting pretty dangerous lately. The fearless remark reached everyone as the broken pieces continued to fall. Weiss watched every movement as he disappeared in a burst of speed. He launched a powerful kick without the slightest hesitation and sent the kidnapper flying with overwhelming force. The kidnapper crashed through the wall as stone and debris exploded in every direction. The brutal impact ended the attack and left the kidnapper completely overwhelmed. Weiss stood without the slightest change in expression after ending the fight. Sieglinde looked at Weiss in silence as the overwhelming strength remained impossible to ignore. People slowly gathered around the defeated kidnapper as the scene settled. The unconscious kidnapper lay on the ground while nearby witnesses watched with quiet surprise. A guard arrived and turned attention towards Sieglinde as the incident reached its end. Sieglinde sat down and let out a long breath as the exhaustion from the battle finally caught up with her. Weiss praised her for her good work and asked whether she had finished for the day. She answered that orders were orders and declared that the rest would be left to her overachieving subordinates. Sieglinde had made sure the official report said Weiss handled the suppression solo. She assured him that there was no need to worry. Weiss realized that helped. Sieglinde reflected that a kidnapping right in the heart of the shopping district, even if it was in an alleyway, remained a serious problem. She admitted that the decline in public safety was on the ministry. She accepted that this was Sieglinde's own failure as an overseer. Weiss suggested wrapping up the grim talk. He invited Weiss to spend some time together because he needed her for a quick errand. Sieglinde simply agreed. Sieglinde remained seated while Weiss urged her to move before the sun went down. She quietly agreed. Sieglinde admitted that now that the adrenaline had worn off the legs had gone to jelly. She regarded that as pathetic. Weiss reached out a hand and offered it to her. Weiss simply told her to take the hand. Weiss suddenly lifted Sieglinde into both arms before Sieglinde could finish telling Weiss to wait. Weiss simply declared that up they went. Sieglinde could only react in complete surprise. Sieglinde asked what he was doing and insisted that she was fine. She pleaded to be put down. Weiss refused without a chance and warned that if Sieglinde kept squirming, Weiss would drop her. Weiss reminded her that she was the Floyn family's precious little princess. Weiss asked whether she was not and declared that Weiss had to get her home in one piece. He instructed her to just hold on tight. Sieglinde quietly looked at Weiss while Weiss carried Sieglinde through the street. The silence lingered until Sieglinde finally called Weiss by name. Weiss answered with a simple yeah. Sieglinde asked what exactly Weiss had been using back there. Weiss asked what Sieglinde meant and reminded Sieglinde that Sieglinde already knew. Sieglinde admitted that Sieglinde had never thought Sieglinde would be the one saved by dark magic. Weiss asked whether as long as dark magic was used for the right reasons, it was no different from any other magic. Weiss reminded her that she had known about Weiss's affinity for years and still had never cut Weiss off or said that all of it scared her. She asked Weiss to put her down because Sieglinde was serious and could walk. Weiss revealed that this had been the errand. She noticed that the shop was just right ahead. A voice respectfully greeted Weiss as Lord Weiss and expressed thanks for waiting. Sieglinde looked at the stuffed bear and asked what it was. Weiss answered that it was an angel bear rug. Weiss admitted that the fur had been made into the outer fabric of the angel bear Kumatin had asked for. Sieglinde remained silent. Weiss explained that the fur had belonged to Kumatin's mother, that he insisted that Kumatin's mother had not been killed. He believed that Kumatin seemed perfectly happy living now. He thought that maybe Kumatin had even forgotten about Kumatin's mother by now. He explained that even if Kumitan remembered the truth, Kumitan would probably just end up making another one. He admitted that even so the wish remained. He wanted them to be together again in whatever way they could. Weiss admitted that Weiss had never thought about the matter that way before. Weiss believed it must have been the shade of the past. Weiss asked what Sieglinde thought. Weiss wondered whether it might have been better not to have a reunion like this. She admitted that Sieglinde did not know. She believed that if their actions had caused that angel bear any grief, then they had a responsibility to work toward making it happy again. Weiss accepted those words and understood. He thanked her and admitted that he had made up Weiss's mind. Lily happily announced that Lily was home. Weiss returned with Kumitan's new bed in hand. Sieglinde welcomed Weiss back. Lily called Weiss Papa and curiously asked what that was. Weiss explained that it was Kumitan's new bed. Lily excitedly asked whether it was Kumitan's bed and eagerly wanted to see it. Sieglinde helped Lily move closer so Lily could take a better look. Lily carried Kumitan's new bed with great care. She wondered where Kumitan's new bed should go. She thought that maybe it should be somewhere with lots of sun. She also wondered whether it should be somewhere Kumitan could see outside. She happily placed Kumitan's new bed in one spot and proudly declared that it belonged right there. She called out to Kumitan and happily announced that it was Kumitan's bed. Lily watched as Kumitan slowly walked toward the new bed with quiet curiosity. Kumitan carefully sniffed the new bed and inspected every part of it. Kumitan happily climbed onto the new bed and curled up against it, as though embracing it. The new bed gently accepted Kumitan, and the warmth of that reunion quietly remained. Weiss watched the peaceful sight with a faint smile. Sieglinde quietly smiled as well. Lily looked at them with bright happiness as the joyful scene filled the room. Weiss admitted that Kumitan looked very comfy. He also believed that Kumitan really seemed to like the new bed. Lily declared that she was going to sleep there from now on too. Weiss warned that she would catch a cold by doing that and called her a kiddo. She happily invited Papa to sleep together. Weiss apologized and admitted that Weiss was strictly a bed person. Sieglinde watched as Weiss smiled at her. She happily hugged Kumitan while the cheerful atmosphere quietly spread through the room. Sieglinde quietly smiled. She admitted that it was not that she was afraid of magic. She hesitated for a moment. Even so, those feelings still remained. She gently accepted those feelings. She still wanted to be with Weiss and Lily. Next day in school, Mateo proudly declared that this was Mana. Mateo happily announced that Mateo was a wizard now too. The other children excitedly joined in and declared that they were wizards too. The children argued that yesterday Mateo had been told not to use mana without permission. Another child shouted for everyone to stop and wished everyone a good morning. The children reacted with surprise. Lily brightly greeted everyone with a cheerful good morning. The children turned toward Lily as the lively morning atmosphere quickly filled the room. Esmeralda announced that yesterday everyone had successfully unlocked mana in class and offered congratulations. She believed everyone had done great. Since they were all such good kids, she wanted to make sure of one thing. She asked whether none of them had broken the promise they had made yesterday. The children silently hoped that none of them had broken that promise. She warned everyone to listen carefully. She explained that releasing mana was not magic. She reminded everyone that if mana did not exist, then there would be no need for school. She warned that if anyone recklessly released mana without understanding how magic worked, then at worst they would die. The children froze as she declared that they would die. Lily remembered that Lily had almost died before. Lily knew that memory was real. Rain insisted that was obviously a lie. Lily sadly admitted that she did not want to die. Tears slowly fell as those feelings became impossible to hold back. Rain noticed that Lily was crying. She quickly reassured Lily that it was only a classic line adults used to scare children about messing with magic. She believed there was no way Lily would lose to a kid like that. She concluded that all elven prodigies were childish after all. Mateo admitted that a ton of mana had burst out and asked the teacher what should be done. Another child admitted that only a little mana had slipped out. Esmeralda reassured the sobbing children that such a small amount would not kill them. She then asked whether any brats had been using magic without permission while Esmeralda was not looking. She warned that such reckless behavior might one day end with someone dropping dead. Mateo promised that nobody would do it again. Esmeralda accepted that answer. Esmeralda announced that the time had come for everyone to use their mana. She urged the children to go on an adventure right away. The children learned that there was a huge forest near the capital. Esmeralda proposed holding field training there. Rain could hardly believe it. She protested that nobody had even learned any magic yet. She remembered that her mother had mentioned something like that before. Medici explained that when students started school, they first learned the basics of magic from a textbook and practiced beginner spells on campus. She continued that practical classes began around the 3rd year. She still believed Esmeralda was the homeroom teacher. Rain wondered whether Esmeralda was a bad teacher. Medici explained that Esmeralda was the most famous person in the capital, so things were simply different for Esmeralda. Medici explained that Esmeralda was also famous for being completely unpredictable. Medici had even heard that Esmeralda once burned down an entire forest during a class. Rain believed that rumor had to be true. She wondered what should be done. One child asked Esmeralda whether everyone would get to see squishies. He asked what squishies were. Lily happily explained that they were all squishy. Another child eagerly agreed. Lily happily explained that squishies even bounced whenever they walked. Esmeralda assured the children that they would see plenty of squishies. Esmeralda promised that everyone could play with the squishies as much as they wanted. Lily celebrated with delight. Rain quietly watched her excitement. She happily shouted about the adventure. She eagerly repeated that it was an adventure while rushing forward with endless excitement. Rain quietly wondered whether Lily truly was not afraid of monsters. She declared that fear would never win because she was not scared either. She eagerly urged everyone to hurry and follow Esmeralda at once. Esmeralda's large magic vehicle rolled away across the open road toward the great forest beyond the capital. The journey began beneath the wide sky as everyone traveled together toward the field training destination. Every face carried a different worry. Matteo struggled to stay composed. Another child looked exhausted. Rain quietly lowered her head. The heavy silence filled the vehicle as everyone traveled beyond the capital. Fear of monsters followed. A quiet call for mommy escaped. Another child could only groan with worry. Uneasy thoughts spread through the children. One child remembered that the lands beyond the capital walls were dangerous. Lily gently pressed both cheeks while happily repeating that everything was squishy squish. Lily could no longer hold back the excitement as she asked whether they had arrived yet and could not wait for the adventure to begin. Esmeralda answered that the place was dangerous and urged Lily to sit down properly. Matteo quietly wondered whether Lily was afraid of monsters because Lily was the only child wearing a hat. He also wondered whether that made Lily someone important. The Kalmia forest stretched across the land as a forest park managed by the government. The forest served as a home for low-level monsters such as slimes. The place was safe and often used by the Nastasia Magic School for field trips. The magic vehicle finally reached the Kalmia forest, and the children stepped outside as the adventure truly began. Esmeralda looked over the gathered children and made certain everyone had arrived safely before leading the class farther into the forest. She faced the children and searched the area while wondering where the destination was. Esmeralda gathered the children and allowed them to enjoy the picnic. She reminded every child that a fence stood deeper inside the forest and warned that nobody must go beyond it. The children worried about monsters and wondered about using magic. Esmeralda explained that nobody had brought them there to fight because the day was only a picnic. She encouraged the children to simply go and play. She directed every gaze toward Lily as Lily happily ran across the forest. Esmeralda pointed out that the children could simply follow the example of that little girl. Matteo shouted that Lily was walking into danger, while Rain wondered if Lily was truly serious. Esmeralda reminded the children that no dangerous monsters lived in the forest and encouraged them to go out and play. The children hesitated with uncertainty and wondered what should happen next. Doubt remained and nobody found an answer. A nearby child suddenly noticed Lily and happily declared that the little squishy had finally been found. Lily hurried ahead and called for the little squishy to wait. The other children rushed after Lily and begged for a chance to come along while Esmeralda quietly watched them from behind. The quiet forest answered with nothing except the sound of rustling leaves and birds moving through the branches. Lily searched with eager hope and called for the little squishy to come out because it had disappeared somewhere nearby. She continued calling while happily repeating the little squishy with cheerful excitement. Lily sadly realized that the little squishy had finally been found only for it to run away again. She still wished to play together and quietly wondered what could be done. She suddenly thought of a great idea. The snack prepared for recess was actually forbidden under school rules, yet she decided to use it anyway. The wrapped snack rested among the fallen leaves, as she carefully placed it there to draw the little squishy out. Lily quietly watched the strange squishy creature from behind the bushes. Curiosity filled her thoughts as she wondered whether the squishy liked snacks. Beery Bear loved these snacks, so Lily believed the squishy might enjoy them too. The rich aroma of butter drifted gently through the air. The warm scent wrapped around the fresh snack and made it seem even more tempting. The tempting snack made the choice even harder, and she could only continue thinking without reaching a decision. She looked at the snack with quiet hesitation. The squishy might enjoy it, but part of her wished to keep it, because she also wanted to eat the snack. The little slime noticed the snack resting among the leaves. It gave a curious squish as it stared at the delicious treat with growing interest. Every cheerful bounce brought it closer as the tempting smell drew it forward. More slime suddenly appeared and hurried toward the snack. They bounced with excitement and quickly gathered around it. A happy cry escaped the tiny slime as pure happiness filled its heart. A loud scream burst across the quiet place as someone watched the unbelievable sight with complete shock. A frightened cry escaped as she suddenly leaped toward it. The unexpected jump startled her, and one of them slipped from her hands. Lily froze in surprise as the slime clung tightly. A startled sound escaped her lips while she watched the tiny creature treasure the food with all its heart. Lily quickly reached toward the fallen snack while the leaves scattered beneath her hands. She carefully picked it up before anything else could take it away. She happily enjoyed the snack and found every bite delicious. She loved this snack with all her heart, and every mouthful filled her with happiness. She raised one hand with bright excitement as Operation Slime Snack became a huge success. Joy overflowed from her little celebration while the precious snack remained safely in her hands. Soft laughter echoed through the forest as cheerful voices drifted through the air. The peaceful sounds revealed that the children were enjoying every moment together. Esmeralda watched the children with gentle satisfaction. Their hearts were pure, and that purity made children truly wonderful in her eyes. She quietly reflected upon the path she had chosen. She had always taught the upper-class noble women, but she decided to become a teacher for the lower grades because this was exactly the life she had always wished for. Esmeralda understood that humans had to fight and kill monsters to survive. The children would defeat many monsters during their future lessons, and that day would surely come. She also believed another lesson was just as important. As cruel as the truth might be, she wanted every child to understand that monsters were living beings as well, and each one carried a life of its own. She accepted that taking a life would always leave pain behind. She wanted every child to carry that feeling of guilt after defeating a monster, because that experience would help them see the world through a broader perspective. Many teachers believed children should never feel sympathy toward monsters because mercy could place their own lives in danger. Lily happily called for teacher and eagerly asked Esmeralda to look at her wonderful discovery. She proudly revealed that she had caught a slime. Esmeralda smiled with warm delight as she admired her little slime. The tiny discovery was truly amazing. One student looked at the little creature with sparkling curiosity. The tiny monster looked wonderful, and she eagerly wondered what kind of creature Lily had found. Esmeralda warmly admired the little creature in Lily's hands. It was a blue slime, and it was truly a fine monster. Mateo Child realized it was a monster, but Esmeralda explained that it was far weaker than a human, so everyone could safely be near it. She gently reached out toward the little slime. She wished to examine it herself, and softly invited Lily to let her have a closer look. She carefully stroked the little slime with gentle fingers. The little slime gradually relaxed beneath Esmeralda's gentle hand. A happy little sound escaped the tiny creature as it happily enjoyed the warm affection. Mateo watched the little slime with amazement. It looked so adorable that he wanted to pet it as well. Noah also became interested and wished to touch the little slime. They quietly hoped to try petting it too. The little slime peacefully accepted every soft touch, and Lily smiled with quiet happiness as everyone enjoyed the tiny monster together. Esmeralda looked upon Lily with a warm smile. She offered heartfelt gratitude to Lily for bringing everyone together through the little slime. Lily tilted her head with quiet confusion because the unexpected words of thanks left her wondering what they truly meant.